Brown. Tom Brown. Very well, Mr. Brown. I will call you when it comes through. Thank you. He went over to one of the benches across the room, and sat down. I could try to hide the package in an automobile, and pay someone to drive it across the border. But that's risky, cars are searched. Maybe if I could find another. Mr. Brown. Mr. Tom Brown. Single quote. The name was repeated twice before Rizzoli realized it was for him. He rose and hurried over to the desk. Your party is accepting the call. Booth 7, please. Thank you. By the way, could I have the piece of paper back that I gave you? I'll need the number again. Certainly. She handed him back the slip. Tony Rizzoli walked into booth 7 and closed the door. Hello. Tony. Is that you? Yeah. How are you, Pete? To tell you the truth, we're a little concerned, Tony. The boys expected the package to be on its way by now. I've had some problems. Has the package been sent? No. It's still here. There was a silence. We wouldn't want anything to happen to it, Tony. Nothing's going to happen to it. I just have to find another way of getting it out of here. There are goddamned narcs all over the place. We're talking $10 million, Tony. I know. Don't worry, I'll figure out something. You do that, Tony. You figure out something. The line went dead. A man in a gray suit watched as Tony Rizzoli moved toward the exit. He approached the woman behind the desk. Signome. Do you see that man who's just leaving? The woman looked up. Ochi. I want to know what number he called. I'm sorry. We're not allowed to give out that information. The man reached into his back pocket and took out a wallet. There was a gold shield pinned to it. Police. I'm Inspector Tino. Her expression changed. Oh. He handed me a slip of paper with a number on it, and then he took it back. But you made a copy for your records. Oh, yes, we always do that. Would you give me the number, please? Of course. She wrote a number on a piece of paper and handed it to the inspector. He studied it a moment. The country code was 39, and the exchange was 91. Italy. Palermo, thank you. Do you happen to remember what name the man gave you? Yes. It was Brown. Tom Brown. The telephone conversation had made Tony Rizzoli nervous. He had to go to the bathroom. Damn Pete Luca. Ahead, on the corner of Kalinaki Square, Rizzoli saw a sign, Apahoritarian, WC. Men and women alike were walking through the doorway to use the same facilities. And the Greeks called themselves civilized, Rizzoli thought. Disgusting. There were 4 men seated around the conference table in the villa in the mountains above Palermo. The stuff should have been sent already, Pete, one of them complained. What's the problem? TM not sure. The problem may be Tony Rizzoli. We've never had no trouble with Tony before. I know, but sometimes people get greedy. I think maybe we better send someone to Athens to check things out. Too bad. I always liked Tony. At number 10 Stadio Street, police headquarters in downtown Athens, a conference was being held. In the room were Chief of Police Livreri Dimitri, Inspector Tino and an American, Lieutenant Walt Kelly, an agent with the Customs Division of the U.S. Treasury Department. We have word, Kelly was saying, that a big drug deal is going to take place. The shipment is going out of Athens. Tony Rizzoli is involved. Inspector Tino sat silent. The Greek police department did not welcome interference from other countries in their affairs, particularly Americans. They are always too so sure of themselves. The chief of police spoke up. We are already working on it, Lieutenant. Tony Rizzoli made a phone call to Palermo a little while ago. We're tracing the number now. When we have that, we'll have his source. The telephone on his desk rang. Dimitri and Inspector Tino looked at each other. Inspector Tino picked up the phone. Did you get it? He listened a moment, his face expressionless, then replaced the receiver. Well. They traced the number. And the call was made to a public telephone booth in the town square. Gomotor, our Mr. Rizzoli is very excepnos. Walt Kelly said impatiently, I don't speak Greek. Sorry, Lieutenant. It means he's cunning. Kelly said, I'd like you to increase the surveillance on him. The arrogance of the man. Chief Dimitri turned to Inspector Tino. We really don't have enough evidence to do more, do we? No, sir. Only strong suspicions. Chief Dimitri turned to Walt Kelly. I'm afraid I can't spare enough men to follow everyone we suspect of being involved in narcotics. But Rizzoli, I assure you, we have our own sources, Mr. Kelly. If we get any further information, we know where to reach you. Walt Kelly started at him, frustrated. Don't wait too long, he said. That shipment will be gone. The villa at Rama was ready. The realtor had said to Konstantin Demiris, I know you bought it furnished, but if I might suggest some new furniture. No, I want everything exactly as it is. Exactly as it was when his faithless Noelle and her lover, Larry, were there betraying him. He walked through the living room. Did they make love here in the middle of the floor? In the den? In the kitchen? Demiris walked into the bedroom. There was a large bed in the corner. Their bed. Where Douglas had caressed Noelle's naked body, where he had stolen what belonged to Demiris. Douglas had paid for his treachery and now he was going to pay again. Demiris looked at the bed. I'll make love to Catherine here first, Demiris thought. Then the other rooms. All of them. He telephoned Catherine from the villa. Hello. I've been thinking about you. Tony Rizzoli had two unexpected visitors from Sicily. They walked into his hotel room unannounced, and Rizzoli instantly smelled trouble. Alfredo Mancuso was big. Gino Laveri was bigger. Mancuso came straight to the point. Pete Lucas sent us. Rizzoli tried to sound casual. That's great. Welcome to Athens. What can I do for you? You can cut the bullshit, Rizzoli, Mancuso said. Pete wants to know what kind of games you're playing. Games? What are you talking about? I explained to him that I'm having a little problem. That's why we're here. To help you solve it. Wait a minute, fellows, Rizzoli protested. I have the package stashed away, and it's safe. When? Pete doesn't want it stashed away. He's got a lot of money invested in it. Laveri put his fist against Rizzoli's chest, and pushed him into a chair. Let me explain it to you, Rizzoli. If this stuff was out on the streets in New York now like it was supposed to be, Pete could take the money, launder it, and put it to work on the street. See what I mean? I could probably take these two gorillas, Rizzoli thought. But he knew he wouldn't be fighting them, he'd be fighting Pete Luca. Sure, I understand exactly what you're saying, Rizzoli said soothingly. But it's not as easy as it used to be. The Greek police are all over the place, and they've got a narc in from Washington. I have a plan. So has Pete, Laveri interrupted. Do you know what his plan is? He says to tell you if the stuff isn't on its way by next week you're going to have to come up with the cash yourself. Hey, Rizzoli protested. I don't have that kind of money. Pete thought maybe you didn't. So he told us to find other ways to make you pay. Tony Rizzoli took a deep breath. Okay. Just tell him everything's under control. Sure. Meanwhile we'll stick around. You've got 1 week. Tony Rizzoli made it a point of honor never to drink before noon, but when the two men left, he opened a bottle of scotch and took 2 long gulps. He felt the warmth of the scotch course through him, but it didn't help. Nothing's going to help, he thought. How could the old man turn on me like this? I've been like a son to him and he gives me 1 week to find a way out of this. I need a mule, fast. The casino, he decided. I'll find a mule there. At 10 o'clock that evening, Rizzoli drove to Lautriki, the popular casino 50 miles west of Athens. He wandered around the huge, busy gaming room, watching the action. There were always plenty of losers, ready to do anything for more gambling money. The more desperate the person, the easier the prey. Rizzoli spotted his target almost immediately at a roulette table. He was a small, bird-like man, gray-haired, in his 50s, who was constantly stabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. The more he lost, the more he perspired. Rizzoli watched him with interest. He had seen the symptoms before. This was a classic case of a compulsive gambler losing more than he could afford. When the chips in front of the man were gone, he said to the croupier, I would like to sign for another pile of chips. The croupier turned to look at the pit boss. Give it to him. That'll be the last. Tony Rizzoli wondered how much the pigeon was already hooked for. He took a seat next to the man, and bought into the game. Roulette was a sucker's game, but Rizzoli knew how to play the odds, and his pile of chips grew while that of the man next to him diminished. The loser was desperately spreading chips all over the table, playing the numbers, the colors, and taking odd-even bets. He has no idea what the hell he's doing, Rizzoli thought. The last of the chips were swept away. The stranger sat there, rigid. He looked up at the croupier hopefully. Could I? The croupier shook his head. Sorry. The man sighed, and Rose Rizzoli stood up at the same time. Too bad, he said sympathetically, I've had a little luck. Let me buy you a drink. The man blinked. His voice quavered. That's very kind of you, sir. I've found my carrot mule, Rizzoli thought. The man obviously needed money. He would probably jump at the chance to fly a harmless package to New York for $100 or so and a free trip to the United States. My name is Tony Rizzoli. Victor Corencies. Rizzoli led Corencies to the bar. What will you have? TM. I'm afraid I haven't any money left. Tony Rizzoli waved an expansive hand. Don't worry about it. Then I'll have a Retsina, thank you. Rizzoli turned to the waiter. And a Chivas Regal on the rocks. Are you here as a tourist? Corencies asked politely. Yes, Rizzoli replied. TM on vacation. It's a beautiful country. Corencies shrugged. I suppose so. You don't like it here. Oh, it's beautiful, all right. It's just that it's gotten so expensive. I mean, everything's gone up. Unless you're a millionaire, it's hard to put food on the table, especially when you have a wife and 4 children. His tone was bitter. Better and better. What do you do, Victor? Rizzoli asked casually. TM, a curator at the Athens State Museum. Yeah, what does a curator do? A note of pride crept into Corencies' voice. TM, in charge of all the antiquities that are dug up in Greece. He took a sip of his drink. Well, not all of them, of course. We have other museums. The Acropolis, and the National Archaeological Museum. But our museum has the most valuable artifacts. Tony Rizzoli found himself becoming interested. How valuable? Victor Corencies shrugged. Most of them are priceless. There's a law against taking any antiquities out of the country, naturally. But we have a little shop in the museum that sells copies. Rizzoli's brain was beginning to work furiously. Is that so? How good are the copies? Oh, they're excellent. Only an expert could distinguish between a facsimile and the real thing. Let me buy you another drink, Rizzoli said, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to reciprocate. Rizzoli smiled. Don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, there's something you can do for me. I'd like to see your museum. It sounds fascinating. Oh, it is, Corencies assured him enthusiastically. It's one of the most interesting museums in the world. I'd be happy to show you around any time. When would you be free? How about tomorrow morning? Tony Rizzoli had a feeling that he was onto something more profitable than a mule. The Athens State Museum is located off the Platia Syntagma, in the heart of Athens. The museum itself is a beautiful building built in the style of an ancient temple, with 4 Ionian columns in front, a Greek flag flying on top, and 4 carved figures on the high roof inside. The large marble halls contain antiquities from various periods of Greek history, and the rooms are crowded with cases of relics and artifacts. There are gold cups and gold crowns, inlaid swords and libation vessels. One case holds 4 gold burial masks, and another, fragments of centuries-old statues. Victor Corencies was giving Tony Rizzoli a personally conducted tour. Corencies stopped in front of a case holding a figurine of a goddess with a crown of opium poppies. That's the poppy goddess, he explained in a hushed voice. The crown is symbolic of her function as the bringer of sleep, dreams, revelation and death. How much would that be worth? Corencies laughed. If it were for sale. Many millions. Really? The little curator was filled with obvious pride as he walked around, pointing out his priceless treasures. This is a head of Koros, 530 BC. This is the head of Athena with a Corinthian helmet, circa 1450 BC. And here's a fabulous piece. A gold mask of an Achaean from the royal tomb of the Acropolis of Mycenae, from the 16th century BC. It is believed to be Agamemnon. You don't say. He led Tony Rizzoli to another case. In it was an exquisite amphora. This is one of my favorites, Corencies confessed, beaming. I know a parent shouldn't have a favorite child, but I can't help it. This amphora. Single quote. It looks like a vase to me. Yes, this vase was discovered in the throne room during the excavation in Knossos. You can see the fragments showing the capture of a bull with a net. In ancient times, of course, they captured bulls with nets to avoid the premature spilling of their sacred blood, so that. Single quote. How much is it worth? Rizzoli interrupted. I suppose about $10 million. Tony Rizzoli frowned. For that tea, indeed. You must remember, it came from the late Minoan period, around 1500 BC. Tony was looking around at the dozens of glass cases, crammed with artifacts. Is all this stuff that valuable? Oh my, no. Only the real antiquities. They're irreplaceable, of course, and they give us a clue as to how ancient civilizations lived. Let me show you something over here. Tony followed Corencies to another chamber. They stopped in front of a case in the corner. Victor Corencies pointed to a vase. This is one of our greatest treasures. It's one of the earliest examples of the symbolism of phonetic signs. The circle with the cross that you see is the figure of Ka. The crossed circle is one of the very earliest forms inscribed by human beings to express the cosmos. There are only ... Who gives a shit? How much is it worth? Tony demanded. Corencies sighed. A king's ransom. When Tony Rizzoli left the museum that morning, he was counting riches beyond his wildest dreams. By a fantastic stroke of luck he had stumbled upon a gold mine. He had been looking for a mule, and instead, he had found the key to a treasure house. The profits from the heroin deal would have to be split 6 ways. Nobody was stupid enough to double-cross the family, but the antiques caper was something else again. If he smuggled artifacts out of Greece, it would be a side deal that belonged only to him. The mob would not expect anything from it. Rizzoli had every reason to be elated. Now all I have to do, Rizzoli thought, is to figure out how to hook the fish. I'll worry about the mule later. That evening, Rizzoli took his newfound friend to the Mostra of Athena, a nightclub where the entertainment was lewd, and amorous hostesses were available after the show. Let's pick up a couple of broads and have some fun, Rizzoli suggested. I should be getting home to my family, Corencies protested. Besides, I'm afraid I couldn't afford anything like that. Hey, you're my guest. I'm on an expense account. It doesn't cost me anything. Rizzoli arranged for one of the girls to take Victor Corencies back to her hotel. Aren't you coming? Corencies asked. I have a little business to handle, Tony told him. You go ahead. Everything's taken care of. The following morning, Tony Rizzoli dropped in at the museum again. There was a large crowd of tourists walking through the various rooms, marveling at the ancient treasures. Corencies took Rizzoli into his office. He was actually blush 40ing. I don't know how to thank you for last night, Tony She. It was wonderful. Rizzoli smiled. What are friends for, Victor? But there's nothing I can do for you in return. I don't expect you to, Rizzoli said earnestly. I like your company. By the way, there's a little poker game in one of the hotels tonight. I'm going to play. Are you interested? Thanks. I'd love to, but... He shrugged. I don't think I'd better. Come on. If it's money that's bothering you, don't worry about it. I'll stake you. Corencies shook his head. You have been too kind already. If I lost, I couldn't pay you back. Tony Rizzoli grinned. Who said you're going to lose? It's a setup. A setup? I don't understand. Rizzoli said quietly, a friend of mine named Otto Dalton is running the game. There are some big money American tourists in town who love to gamble, and Otto and I are going to take them. Corencies was looking at him, wide-eyed. Take them? You mean, you're going to cheat? Corencies licked his lips. I've never done anything like that. Rizzoli nodded sympathetically. I understand. If it bothers you, you shouldn't do it. I just thought it would be an easy way for you to pick up $2,000 or $3,000. Corencies' eyes went wide. $2,000 or $3,000. Oh, yes. At least. Corencies licked his lips again. Isn't it dangerous? Tony Rizzoli laughed. If it were dangerous, I wouldn't be doing it, would I? It's a piece of cake. Otto's a mechanic. A dealer. He can deal a deck from the top, the bottom or the middle. He's been doing it for years and he's never been caught. Corencies sat there, staring at Rizzoli. How much would I need to get in the game? About $500. But I'll tell you what. This thing is such a cinch that I'll loan you the $500, and if you lose it you don't even have to pay it back. That's certainly very generous of you, Tony. Why are you doing this for me? I'll tell you why. Tony's voice filled with indignation. When I see a decent, hard-working man like you, with a responsible position like being curator of one of the greatest museums in the world, and the state doesn't appreciate you enough to give you a decent salary and you're struggling to feed your family, To tell you the truth, Victor, it burns me up. How long since you've gotten a raise? They don't give raises. Well, there you are. Listen, you have a choice, Victor. You can let me do you a little favor tonight, so you can pick up a few $1,000s and start living like you should. Or you go on living hand to mouth for the rest of your life. I don't know, Tony. I shouldn't. Tony Rizzoli rose. I understand. I'll probably be coming back to Athens in a year or two, and maybe we can get together again. It was a pleasure knowing you, Victor. Rizzoli started for the door. Currencies made his decision. Wait, I would like to go with you tonight. He had taken the bait. Hey, that's great, Tony Rizzoli said. It really makes me feel good to be able to help you out. Currencies hesitated. Forgive me, but I want to be sure I understood you correctly. You said that if I lose the $500, I will not have to pay you back. That's right, Rizzoli said. Because you can't lose. The game is fixed. Where is the game going to be? Room 420 at the Metropole Hotel. 10 o'clock. Tell your wife you're working late. Chapter 12. There were 4 men in the hotel room besides Tony Rizzoli and Victor Currencies. I want you to meet my friend Otto Dalton, Rizzoli said. Victor Currencies. The 2 men shook hands. Rizzoli looked at the others quizzically. I don't believe I've met these other gentlemen. Otto Dalton made the introductions. Terry Breslauer from Detroit. Marvin Seymour from Houston. Sal Prizzi from New York. Victor Currencies nodded to the men, not trusting his voice. Otto Dalton was in his 60s, thin, gray-haired, affable. Perry Breslauer was younger, but his face was drawn and pinched. Marvin Seymour was a thin, mild-looking man. Sal Prizzi was a huge man, built like an oak tree, with powerful limbs. For arms he had small, mean eyes, and his face had been badly scarred with a knife. Rizzoli had briefed Currencies before the game. These guys have a lot of money. They can afford to lose big. Seymour owns an insurance company. Breslauer has auto dealerships all over the United States, and Sal Prizzi is head of a big union in New York. Otto Dalton was speaking. All right, gentlemen, shall we get started? The white chips are $5, the blue are 10, the red are 25, and the black ones are 50. Let's see the color of your money. Currencies pulled out the $500 that Tony Rizzoli had loaned him. No, he thought, not loaned, given. He looked over at Rizzoli and smiled. What a wonderful friend Rizzoli is. The other men were taking out large bank rolls. Currencies felt a sudden sense of concern. What if something went wrong, and he lost the $500? He shrugged it off. His friend Tony would take care of it. But if he won? Currencies was filled with a sudden feeling of euphoria. The game began. It was dealer's choice. The stakes were small at first, and there were games of 5-card stud, 7-card stud, draw poker, and high-low. In the beginning the wins and losses were spread evenly, but slowly the tide began to turn. It seemed that Victor Currencies and Tony Rizzoli could do no wrong. If they had fair cards, the others had worse cards. If the others had good hands, Currencies and Rizzoli had better hands. Victor Currencies could not believe his luck. At the end of the evening he had won almost $2,000. It was like a miracle. You guys were sure lucky, Marvin Seymour grumbled. Till say, Breslauer agreed. How about giving us another chance tomorrow? Till let you know, Rizzoli said. When they had gone, Currencies exclaimed, I can't believe it. $2,000. Rizzoli laughed. That's chicken feed. I told you. Otto is one of the slickest mechanics in the business. Those guys are dying to get another crack at us. Are you interested? You bet. There was a broad grin on Currencies' face. I think I just made a joke. The following night, Victor Currencies won $3,000. It's fantastic. He told Rizzoli. Don't they suspect anything? Of course not. I'll bet you they ask us to raise the stakes tomorrow. They think they're going to win their money back. Are you in? Sure, Tony. I'm in. As they were sitting down to play, Sal Prizzi said, you know, we're the big losers so far. How about upping the stakes? Tony Rizzoli looked over at Currencies and winked. It's all right with me, Rizzoli said. How about you fellows? They all nodded agreement. Otto Dalton set up piles of chips. The whites are $50, the blues are $100, reds $500, blacks $1,000. Victor Currencies looked at Rizzoli uneasily. He had not planned on the stakes being so high. Rizzoli nodded reassuringly. The game began. Nothing changed. Victor Currencies' hands were magic. Whatever cards he held beat the others. Tony Rizzoli was also winning, but not as much. Fucking cards. Prizzy grumbled. Let's change decks. Otto Dalton obligingly produced a fresh deck. Currencies looked over at Tony Rizzoli and smiled. He knew that nothing was going to change their luck. At midnight they had sandwiches sent up. The players took a 15-minute break. Tony Rizzoli took Currencies aside. I told Otto to chum them a little, he whispered. I don't understand. Let them win a few hands. If they keep losing all the time, they'll get discouraged and quit. Oh, I see. That's very smart. When they think they're hot, we'll raise the stakes again and really nail them big. Victor Currencies was hesitant. I've already won so much money, Tony. Don't you think maybe we should quit while we read? Tony Rizzoli looked him in the eye and said, Victor, how would you like to leave here tonight with $50,000 in your pocket? 1. When the game resumed, Breslau, Prizzy and Seymour began to win. Currencies' hands were still good, but the others were better. Otto Dalton is a genius, Currencies thought. He had been watching him deal, and had not been able to detect one false move as the play went on. Victor Currencies kept losing. He was not concerned. In a few minutes, when they had what was the word? Chummed the others, he and Rizzoli and Dalton would move in for the kill. Sal Prizzy was gloating. Well, he said, it looks like you fellows have cooled off. Tony Rizzoli shook his head ruefully. Yes, it sure does, doesn't it? He gave Currencies a knowing look. Your luck couldn't go on forever, Marvin Seymour said. Perry Breslau spoke up. What do you say we increase the stakes again, and give us a real crack at you? Tony Rizzoli pretended to consider it. I don't know, he said thoughtfully. He turned to Victor Currencies. What do you think, Victor? How would you like to leave here tonight with $50,000 in your pocket? I'll be able to buy a house, and a new car. I can take the family on vacations. Currencies was almost trembling with excitement. He smiled. Why not? All right, Sal Prizzy said. We'll play table stakes. The sky's the limit. They were playing 5-card draw. The cards were dealt. It's my ante, Breslau said. Let's open for $5,000. Each player put in his ante. Victor Currencies was dealt 2 queens. He drew 3 cards, and one of them was another queen. Rizzoli looked at his hand and said, up 1,000. Marvin Seymour studied his hand. Till call, and raise you 2,000. Otto Dalton threw in his cards. Too rich for my blood. Sal Prizzy said, till call. The pot went Vito Marvin Seymour straight in the next hand. Victor Currencies was dealt an 8, 9, 10 and Jack of Hearts. 1 card away from a straight flush. Till call for $1,000, Dalton said. Till call, and raise you 1,000. Sal Prizzy said, let's bump it another 1,000. It was Currencies' turn. He was sure that a straight flush would beat whatever the others were holding. He was only 1 card away. I call. He drew a card, and put it face down, not daring to look at it. Breslau laid his hand down. A pair of 4s and a pair of 10s. Prizzy put his hand down. 3 7s. They turned to look at Victor Currencies. He took a deep breath, and picked up his whole card. It was black, busted, he said. He threw his hand in. The pots kept growing larger. Victor Currencies' pile of chips had shrunk to almost nothing. He looked over at Tony Rizzoli. Concerned. Rizzoli smiled reassuringly, a smile that said, there's nothing to worry about. Rizzoli opened the next pot. The cards were dealt. We'll ante $1,000. Perry Breslau. Till raise you 1,000. Marvin Seymour. And I'll bump you too. Sal Prizzy. You know something? I think you fellows are bluffing. Let's raise it 5 more. Victor Currencies had not looked at his hand yet. When is the damn chumming going to stop, Victor? Currencies picked up his hand slowly and fanned out the cards one by one. An ace, another ace, and a third ace, plus a king and a 10. His blood began to race. Are you in? He smiled to himself. The chumming had stopped. He knew that he was going to be dealt another king for a full house. He threw the 10 away and tried to keep his voice casual. Till call 1 card please. Otto Dalton said, till take 2. He looked at his cards. I raise 1,000. Tony Rizzoli shook his head. Too rich for me. He threw his hand in. TM in, Prizzy said, and I'll raise 5,000. Marvin Seymour threw in his hand. TM out. It was between Victor Currencies and Sal Prizzy. Are you calling? Prizzy asked. It'll cost you 5,000 more. Victor Currencies looked at his pile of chips. 5,000 was all he had left. But when I win this pot, he thought, He looked at his hand again. It was unbeatable. He put the pile of chips in the center of the table and drew a card. It was a 5, but he still had 3 aces. He laid down his hand. 3 aces. Prizzy spread out his hand. 4 deuces. Currencies sat there, stunned, watching Prizzy rake in the pot. Somehow he felt as though he had failed. His friend Tony could only have held out until we started to win. It was Prizzy's deal. 7-card stud, he announced. Let's put $1,000 in the pot. The other players threw in their antes. Victor Currencies looked over at Tony Rizzoli helplessly. I don't have. Single quote. It's all right, Rizzoli said. He turned to the others. Look, fellows, Victor didn't have a chance to pick up much cash to bring tonight, but I can assure you all that he's good for it. Let's give him credit, and we'll settle up at the end of the evening. Prizzy said, hold it. What is this, a fucking credit union? We don't know Victor Currencies from Adam's ass. How do we know he'll pay up? You have my word on it, Tony Rizzoli assured him. Otto here will vouch for me. Otto Dalton spoke up. If Tony says Mr. Currencies is all right, then he's all right. Sal Prizzy shrugged. Well, I guess it's okay. It's fine with me, Perry Breslauer said. Otto Dalton turned to Victor Currencies. How much would you like? Give him 10,000, Tony Rizzoli said. Currencies looked over at him in surprise. $10,000 was more money than he made in 2 years. But Rizzoli must have known what he was doing. Victor Currencies swallowed. That will be fine. A pile of chips was put in front of Currencies. The cards that night were Victor Currencies' enemy. As the stakes went up, his new pile of chips kept diminishing. Tony Rizzoli was losing also at 2.00 and they took a break. Currencies got Tony Rizzoli in a corner. What's happening? Currencies whispered in a panic. My God, do you know how much money I'm behind? Don't worry, Victor. So am I. I've given Otto the signal. When it's his turn to deal, the game will turn around. We're going to hit them big. They took their seats again. Give my friend another $25,000, Rizzoli said. Marvin Seymour frowned. Are you sure he wants to keep playing? Rizzoli turned to Victor Currencies. It's up to you. Currencies hesitated. I've given Otto the signal. The game will turn around. I'm in. Okay. $25,000 worth of chips was placed in front of Currencies. He looked at the chips and suddenly felt very lucky. Otto Dalton was dealing. All right, gentlemen. The game is 5-card stud. The initial bet is $1,000. The players put their chips in the center of the table. Dalton dealt out 5 cards to each player. Currencies did not look at his hand. I'll wait, he thought. It will be good luck. Place your bets. Marvin Seymour, seated at Dalton's right, studied his hand for a moment. Till fold. He threw his cards in. Sal Prizzy was next. Till call, and raise 1,000. He put his chips in the center of the table. Tony Rizzoli looked at his hand and shrugged. Till fold. He threw his cards down. Perry Breslauer was looking at his hand and grinning. Till see the raise, and I'll raise you 5,000 more. It would cost Victor Currencies $6,000 to stay in the game. Slowly he picked up his hand and fanned out the cards. He could not believe what he saw. He was holding a pat straight flush of 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of hearts. A perfect hand. So Tony had been right. Thank God. Currencies tried to hide his excitement. Till see the raise, and I'll raise you 5,000. This was the hand that was going to make him rich. Dalton threw in his hand. Not for me. Pass. It's up to me, Sal Prizzy said. I think you're bluffing, pal. I'll call, and raise you another 5. Victor Currencies felt a little thrill of excitement go through him. He had been dealt the hand of a lifetime. This would be the biggest jackpot of the game. Perry Breslauer was studying his hand. Well, I think I'll call, and raise another 5, fellows. It was up to Victor Currencies again. He took a deep breath. Till see you, and raise another 5. He was almost trembling with excitement. It was all he could do to keep from reaching out and raking in the pot. Perry Breslauer spread out his hand, a look of triumph on his face. 3 kings. I've won. Victor Currencies thought. Not good enough, I smiled. A straight flush. He put down his cards, and reached eagerly for the pot. Hold it. Sal Prizzy slowly laid down his hand. I beat you with a royal flush. The 10 to the ace of spades. Victor Currencies turned pale. He felt suddenly faint, and his heart began to palpitate. Jesus, Tony Rizzoli said. 2 goddamn straight flushes. He turned to currencies. I'm sorry, Victor. I don't know what to say. Otto Dalton said, I think that's it for tonight, gentlemen. He consulted a slip of paper and turned to Victor Currencies. You owe $65,000. Victor Currencies looked over at Tony Rizzoli, stunned. Rizzoli shrugged helplessly. Currencies pulled out a handkerchief and began to swab at his brow. How do you want to pay that? Dalton asked. Cash or check? I don't take checks, Prizzy said. He looked at Victor Currencies. Till take the cash. Single quote. The words would not come out. He found he was trembling. I don't have that. Sal Prizzy's face darkened. You what tea he barked. Tony Rizzoli said quickly, wait a minute. Victor means he doesn't have it with him. I told you he was good for it. That doesn't put any bread on my table, Rizzoli. I want to see his money. You will, Rizzoli said reassuringly. You'll have it in the next few days. Sal Prizzy jumped to his feet. Fuck that. I'm not a charity. I want that money by tomorrow. Don't worry. He'll deliver it. Victor Currencies was caught in the middle of a nightmare and there was no way out. He sat there, unable to move, barely aware of the others leaving. Tony and Currencies were alone. Currencies was in a daze. I can never raise that kind of money, he moaned. Never. Rizzoli put a hand on Currencies' shoulder. I don't know what to tell you, Victor. I don't know what went wrong. I guess I lost almost as much money as you did tonight. Victor Currencies wiped his eyes. But you can afford it, Tony. I can't. I'm going to have to explain to them that I can't pay them. Tony Rizzoli said, I'd think about that if I were you, Victor. Sal Prizzy is the head of the East Coast Seamen's Union. I hear those boys play pretty rough. I can't help it. If I haven't got the money, I haven't got the money. What can he do to me? Let me explain what he can do to you, Rizzoli said earnestly. He can have his boys shoot off your kneecaps. You'll never walk again. He can have them throw acid in your eyes. You'll never see again. And then, when you've had all the pain you can stand, he'll decide whether to let you live like that, or to kill you. Victor Currencies was staring at him, his face ashen. You're joking. I wish I was. It's my fault, Victor. I should never have let you get in a game with a man like Sal Prizzy. He's a killer. Oh, my God. What am I going to do? Do you have any way of raising the money? Currencies began to laugh hysterically. Tony, I can barely support my family on what I make. Well then, the only thing I can suggest is that you leave town, Victor. Maybe get out of the country. Go somewhere where Prizzy can't find you. I can't do that, Victor Currencies wailed. I have a wife and 4 children. He looked at Tony Rizzoli accusingly. You said it was going to be a setup, that we couldn't lose. You told me. I know. And I'm really sorry. It always worked before. The only thing I can think of is that Prizzy cheated. Currency's face filled with hope. Well then, if he cheated I don't have to pay him. There's a problem with that, Victor, Rizzoli said patiently. If you accuse him of cheating he'll kill you, and if you don't pay him he'll kill you. Oh, my God, Currencies moaned. I'm a dead man. I really feel terrible about this. Are you sure there's no way you could raise? It would take me 100 lifetimes. 1,000 lifetimes. Everything I have is mortgaged. Where would I get? And at that moment, Tony Rizzoli had a sudden inspiration. Wait a minute, Victor. Didn't you say that those artifacts in the museum were worth a lot of money? Yes, but what does that have to do with? Just let me finish. You said that the copies were as good as the originals. Of course they're not. Any expert could tell. Whoa, hold it. What if one of those artifacts was missing and a copy was put in its place? I mean, when I was in the museum there were a lot of tourists going through. Could they tell the difference? No, but, I see what you mean. No, I could never do that. Rizzoli said, soothingly, I understand, Victor. I just thought maybe the museum could spare one little artifact. They've got so many. Victor Currencies shook his head. I've been the curator at that museum for 20 years. I could never think of such a thing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even suggested it. The only reason I thought of it was because it could save your life. Rizzoli stood up and stretched. Well, it's getting late. I guess your wife will be wondering where you are. Victor Currencies was staring at him. It could save my life. How? It's simple. If you took one of those antiquities, and gave it to me, I could get it out of the country and sell it for you, and give Prizzy the money you owe him. I think I could persuade him to hold off that long. And you'd be off the hook. I don't have to tell you that I'd be taking a big risk for you, because if I got caught I'd be in a lot of trouble. But I'm offering to do it because I feel I owe you one. It's my fault you got into this mess. You're a good friend, Victor Corencies said. But I can't blame you. I didn't have to get in that game. You were trying to do me a favor. I know. I just wish it had turned out differently. Well, let's get some sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Victor. Good night, Tony. 1. The call came into the museum early the following morning. Corencies. Yes, this is Sal Prizzy. Good morning, Mr. Prizzy. I'm calling about that little matter of $65,000. What time can I pick it up? Victor Corencies began to perspire heavily. I don't have the money right now, Mr. Prizzy. There was an ominous silence at the other end of the phone. What the hell kind of game are you playing with me? Believe me, I'm not playing any games. Single quote. Then I want my fucking money. Is that clear? Yes, sir. What time does your museum close? 6 o'clock. Till be there. Have the money for me, or I'll break your face in. And after that, I'm really going to hurt you. The line went dead. Victor Corencies sat there in a panic. He wanted to hide. But where? He was engulfed by a feeling of total desperation, caught in a vortex of ifs. If only I hadn't gone to the casino that night. If only I had never met Tony Rizzoli. If only I had kept my promise to my wife never to gamble again. He shook his head to clear it. Have to do something now. And at that moment, Tony Rizzoli walked into his office. Good morning, Victor. It was 6:30. The staff had gone home, and the museum had been closed for half an hour. Victor Corencies and Tony Rizzoli were watching the front door. Corencies was getting increasingly nervous. What if he says no? What if he wants his money tonight? Till handle him, Tony Rizzoli said. Just let me do the talking. What if he doesn't show up? What if he just, sends someone to kill me? Do you think he would do that? Not as long as he has a chance of getting his money, Rizzoli said confidently. At 7 o'clock, Sal Prizzy finally appeared. Corencies hurried over to the door and opened it. Good evening, he said. Prizzy looked at Rizzoli. What the fuck are you doing here? He turned back to Victor Corencies. This is just between us. Take it easy, Rizzoli said. I'm here to help. I don't need your help. Prizzy turned to Corencies. Where's my money? I don't have it. But, single quote. Prizzy grabbed him by the throat. Listen, you little prick, you'll give me that money tonight, or I'm going to feed you to the fish. Do you understand? Tony Rizzoli said, hey, cool down. You're going to get your money. Prizzy turned on him. I told you to stay out of this. It's none of your business. I'm making it my business. I'm Victor's friend. Victor doesn't have the cash right now, but he has a way to get it for you. Has he got the money, or hasn't he? He has, and he hasn't, Rizzoli said. What the hell kind of answer is that? Tony Rizzoli's arms swept around the room. The money's there. Sal Prizzy scanned the room. Where? In those cases. They're full of antiques. Single quote. Antiquities, Corencies said automatically. That are worth a fortune. I'm talking about millions. Yeah. Prizzy turned to look at the cases. What good are they going to do me if they're locked away in a museum? I want cash. You're going to get cash, Rizzoli said soothingly. Twice what? Antiquities. And arrange to sell it. As soon as he gets the money, he'll pay you. Sal Prizzy shook his head. I don't like it. I don't know nothing about this antique stuff. You don't have to. Victor's one of the world's greatest experts. Tony Rizzoli walked over to one of the cases and pointed to a marble head. What would you say that's worth, Victor? Victor Corencies swallowed. That's the goddess Hygeia, 14th century BC. Any collector would gladly pay $2 or $3 million for it. Rizzoli turned to Sal Prizzy. There you are. See what I mean? Prizzy frowned. I don't know. How long would I have to wait? You'll have double your money inside a month. Prizzy thought a moment, then nodded. Okay, but if I have to wait a month, I want more, say an extra couple of $100,000. Tony Rizzoli looked over at Victor Corencies. Corencies was nodding his head eagerly. Okay, Rizzoli said. You have a deal. Sal Prizzi walked over to the little curator. I'm giving you 30 days. If I don't have my money by then, your dog meat. Do I make myself clear? Quarancies swallowed. Yes, sir. Remember, 30 days. He gave Tony Rizzoli a long hard look. I don't like you. They watched as Sal Prizzi turned and walked out the door. Quarancies sank into a chair, wiping his brow. Oh, my God, he said. I thought he was going to kill me. Do you think we can get him his money in 30 days? Sure, Tony Rizzoli promised. All you have to do is take one of those things out of the case and put a copy in its place. How will you get it out of the country? You'll go to prison if they catch you. Breslauer and Marvin Seymour were having drinks in Dalton's hotel suite, smooth as silk, Rizzoli boasted. The bastard pissed his pants. Sal Prizzi grinned. I scared him, huh? You scared me, Rizzoli said. You should be a fucking actor. What's the deal now? Marvin Seymour asked. Rizzoli replied, the deal is, he gives me one of those antiques. I'll find a way to smuggle it out of the country and sell it. Then I'll give you each your cut. Beautiful, Perry Breslauer said. I love it. It's like having a gold mine, Rizzoli thought. Once Quarancies goes along with this, he's hooked. There's no way he can ever back out. I'm going to make him clean out the whole goddamned museum. Marvin Seymour asked, how are you going to get the stuff out of the country? Till find a way, Tony Rizzoli said. Till find a way. He had to. And fast. Alfredo Mancuso and Gino Laveri were waiting. Antiquities. And arranged to sell it. As soon as he gets the money, he'll pay you. Sal Prizzi shook his head. I don't like it. I don't know nothing about this antique stuff. You don't have to. Victor's one of the world's greatest experts. Tony Rizzoli walked over to one of the cases and pointed to a marble head. What would you say that's worth, Victor? Victor Quarancies swallowed. That's the goddess Hygeia, 14th century BC. Any collector would gladly pay $2 or $3 million for it. Rizzoli turned to Sal Prizzi. There you are. See what I mean? Prizzi frowned. I don't know. How long would I have to wait? You'll have double your money inside a month. Prizzi thought a moment, then nodded. Okay, but if I have to wait a month, I want more, say an extra couple of $100,000. Tony Rizzoli looked over at Victor Quarancies. Quarancies was nodding his head eagerly. Okay, Rizzoli said. You have a deal. Sal Prizzi walked over to the little curator. I'm giving you 30 days. If I don't have my money by then, your dog meat. Do I make myself clear? Quarancies swallowed. Yes, sir. Remember, 30 days. He gave Tony Rizzoli a long hard look. I don't like you. They watched as Sal Prizzi turned and walked out the door. Quarancies sank into a chair, wiping his brow. Oh, my God, he said. I thought he was going to kill me. Do you think we can get him his money in 30 days? Sure, Tony Rizzoli promised. All you have to do is take one of those things out of the case and put a copy in its place. Breslauer and Marvin Seymour were having drinks in Dalton's hotel suite, smooth as silk, Rizzoli boasted. The bastard pissed his pants. Sal Prizzi grinned. I scared him, huh? You scared me, Rizzoli said. You should be a fucking actor. What's the deal now? Marvin Seymour asked. Rizzoli replied, the deal is, he gives me one of those antiques. I'll find a way to smuggle it out of the country and sell it. Then I'll give you each your cut. Beautiful, Perry Breslauer said. I love it. It's like having a gold mine, Rizzoli thought. Once Quarancies goes along with this, he's hooked. There's no way he can ever back out. I'm going to make him clean out the whole goddamned museum. Marvin Seymour asked, how are you going to get the stuff out of the country? Till find a way, Tony Rizzoli said. Till find a way. Chapter 13:1. At police headquarters on Stadio Street, an emergency meeting had been called. In the conference room were Chief of Police Dimitri, Inspector Tino, Inspector Nicolino, Walt Kelly, the U.S. Treasury agent, and half a dozen detectives. The atmosphere was far different than it had been at the previous meeting. Inspector Nicolino was saying, we now have reason to believe your information was correct, Mr. Kelly. Our sources tell us that Tony Rizzoli is trying to find a way to smuggle a very large shipment of heroin out of Athens. We have already begun a search of possible warehouses where he might have stored it. Did you put a tail on Rizzoli? We increased the number of men this morning, Chief Dimitri said. Walt Kelly sighed. I hope to God it isn't too late. Inspector Nicolino assigned 2 teams of detectives to handle the surveillance on Tony Rizzoli, but he underestimated his subject. By afternoon Rizzoli became aware that he had company. Whenever he left the little hotel he was staying at, he was followed, and when he returned, someone was always casually loitering in the background. They were real professionals. Rizzoli liked that. It was a sign of respect for him. He now not only had to find a way to get the heroin out of Athens, but he was going to have a priceless antiquity to smuggle out. Alfredo Mancuso and Gino Laveri are on my back, and the police are all over me like a wet blanket. I've got to make a contact fast. The only name that immediately came to mind was Ivo Brughi, a small-time ship owner in Rome. Rizzoli had done business with Brughi in the past. It was a long shot, but it was better than nothing. Rizzoli was certain that the telephone in his hotel room was tapped. I've got to have a setup where I can receive calls at the hotel. He sat there thinking for a long time. Finally, he rose and walked over to the room across the hall and knocked at the door. It was opened by an elderly, sour-faced man. Yeah. Rizzoli turned on the charm. Excuse me, he said. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm your neighbor across the hall. I wonder if I could come in and talk to you for a minute. The man studied him suspiciously. Let me see you open the door to your room. Tony Rizzoli smiled. Certainly. He stepped across the hall, took out his key, and opened the door. The man nodded. All right. Come in. Tony Rizzoli closed his door and went into the room across the hall. What do you want? It's really a personal problem, and I hate to trouble you, but… Well, the truth is, I'm in the middle of getting a divorce, and my wife is having me followed. He shook his head in disgust. She even had the phone in my room bugged. Women. His neighbor growled. God damn them. I divorced my wife last year. I should have done it 10 years ago. Really? Anyway, what I was wondering was if you would be good enough to let me give a couple of friends your room number so they can telephone me here. I promise you there won't be many calls. The man started to shake his head. I can't be bothered. Rizzoli pulled a $100 bill from his pocket. This is for your trouble. The man licked his lips. Oh, well, sure, he said. I guess it'll be all right. I'm glad to do a fellow sufferer a favor. That's certainly kind of you. Whenever there's a call for me, just knock at my door. I'll be here most of the time. Right. Early the following morning, Rizzoli walked to a public pay station to telephone Ivo Brughi. He dialed the operator and put in a call for Rome. Signor Brughi, per piacere. Non si, +1/2 in casa. Quando arriver +I. Non lo so. Gli dica, di chiamare il signor Rizzoli. Rizzoli left the telephone number of the switchboard at his hotel and the room number of his neighbor. He went back to his room. He hated the room. Someone had told him that the Greek word for hotel was xenodakon, meaning a container for strangers. It's more like a fucking prison, Rizzoli thought. The furniture was ugly. An old green sofa, 2 battered end tables with lamps, a little writing desk with a lamp and desk chair, and a bed designed by Torquemada. For the next 2 days Tony Rizzoli stayed in his room, waiting for a knock on the door, sending a bellboy out for food. No call. Where the fuck is Ivo Brughi? The surveillance team was reporting to Inspector Nicolino and Walt Kelly. Rizzoli's holed up in his hotel. He hasn't budged for 48 hours. Are you sure he's in there? Yes, sir. The maids see him in the morning and night when they make up his room. What about phone calls? Not a one. What do you want us to do? Sit tight. He'll make his move sooner or later. And make sure the tap on his phone is working. The following day, the telephone in Rizzoli's room rang shit. Brughi shouldn't have been calling him in this room. He had left a message for the idiot to call him in his neighbor's room. He would have to be careful. Rizzoli picked up the telephone. Yes. A voice said, "Is this Tony Rizzoli?" It was not Ivo Brughi's voice. "Who is this?" "You came to see me at my office the other day with a business proposition, Mr. Rizzoli. I turned you down. I think perhaps you and I should discuss it again." Tony Rizzoli felt a sudden thrill of exaltation. Spiros Lambro. So the bastard has come around. He could not believe his good luck. All my problems are solved. I can ship the heroin and the antique at the same time. Yeah. Sure. I'll be happy to discuss it. When would you like to meet? Can you make it this afternoon? So, he's hungry to make a deal. The fucking rich are all the same. They never have enough. Fine. Where? Why don't you come to my office? Till be there. Tony Rizzoli replaced the receiver. Elated in the lobby of the hotel, a frustrated detective was reporting to headquarters. Rizzoli just received a telephone call. He's going to meet someone at his office, but the man didn't give a name and we can't trace the call. All right. Cover him when he leaves the hotel. Let me know where he goes. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Tony Rizzoli was crawling out of a basement window leading to an alley behind the hotel. He changed taxis twice to make sure he was not being followed, and headed for Spiros Lambro's office. From the day Spiros Lambro had visited Melina in the hospital, he had vowed to avenge his sister. But he had been unable to think of a punishment terrible enough for Constantine Demiris then, with the visit from Georgios Lotto, and the startling news that Madame Pires had given him. A weapon had been put into his hands that was going to destroy his brother-in-law. His secretary announced, "A Mr. Anthony Rizzoli is here to see you, Mr. Lambro. He has no appointment and I told him you couldn't. Send him in." "Yes, sir." Spiros Lambro watched as Rizzoli walked through the doorway, smiling and confident. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Rizzoli." Tony Rizzoli grinned. "My pleasure. So, you've decided you and I are going to do business together, huh?" "No." Tony Rizzoli's smile faded. "What did you say?" "I said, no. I have no intention of doing business with you." Tony Rizzoli stared at him, baffled. "Then what the hell did you call me for? You said you had a proposition for me and…" "T-do. How would you like to have the use of Constantine Demiris' fleet of ships?" Tony Rizzoli sank into a chair. "Constantine Demiris? What are you talking about? He'd never…" "Yes, he would. I can promise you that Mr. Demiris will be happy to give you anything you want." "Why? What does he get out of it?" "Nothing. That doesn't make sense. Why would Demiris make a deal like that?" "I'm glad you asked." Lambro pressed down the intercom button. "Bring in some coffee, please." He looked at Tony Rizzoli. "How do you like yours?" Black, no sugar." "Black, no sugar, for Mr. Rizzoli." When the coffee had been served, and his secretary had left the office, Spiros Lambro said, "I'm going to tell you a little story, Mr. Rizzoli." Tony Rizzoli was watching him, wary. "Shoot. Constantine Demiris is married to my sister. A number of years ago he took on a mistress. Her name was Noelle Page. The actress, right? Yes. She cheated on him with a man named Larry Douglas. Noelle and Douglas went on trial for murdering Douglas's wife because she wouldn't give him a divorce. Constantine Demiris hired a lawyer named Napoleon Chodas to defend Noelle. I remember reading something about the trial. There are some things that were not in the newspapers, you see. My dear brother-in-law had no intention of saving his unfaithful mistress's life. He wanted vengeance. He hired Napoleon Chodas to see that Noelle was convicted. Near the end of the trial, Napoleon Chodas told the defendants he had made a deal with the judges if they pleaded guilty. It was a lie. They pleaded guilty. And they were executed. Maybe this Chodas really thought that. Let me finish, please. The body of Catherine Douglas was never found. The reason it was never found, Mr. Rizzoli, is because she is alive. Constantine Demiris had her hidden away." Tony Rizzoli was staring at him. "Wait a minute. Demiris knew she was alive, and he let his mistress and her boyfriend go to their deaths for killing her." "Exactly. I'm not sure precisely what the law is, but I am sure that if the facts were to come out, my brother-in-law would spend a good deal of time in prison. At the very least, he would certainly be ruined." Tony Rizzoli sat there, thinking about what he had just heard. There was something puzzling him. "Mr. Lambro, why are you telling me this?" Spiros Lambro's lips moved in a beatific smile. "Because I owe my brother-in-law a favor. I want you to go see him. I have a feeling he'll be very happy to let you use his ships." Chapter 14:1. There were storms raging in him over which he had no control, a cold center deep within him with no warm memories to dissolve it. They had begun a year ago with his act of revenge against Noelle. He had thought that that had ended it, that the past was buried. It had never occurred to him that there might be repercussions until, unexpectedly, Catherine Alexander had come back into his life. That had necessitated the removal of Frederick Stavros and Napoleon Chodas. They had played a deadly game against him, and he had won. But what surprised Constantine Demiris was how much he had enjoyed the risk, the cutting edge of excitement. Business was fascinating, but it paled compared to the game of life and death. I'm a murderer, Demirous thought. No, not a murderer. An executioner. And instead of being appalled by it, he found it exhilarating. Constantine Demirous received a weekly report on Catherine Alexander's activities. So far, everything was working out perfectly. Her social activities were confined to the people she worked with. According to Evelyn, Catherine occasionally went out with Kirk Reynolds. But since Reynolds worked for Demirous, that presented no problem. The poor girl must be desperate, Demirous thought. Reynolds was boring. He could talk about nothing but the law. But that was all to the good. The more desperate Catherine was for companionship, the easier it would be for him. Oh, Reynolds, a vote of thanks. Catherine was seeing Kirk Reynolds regularly, and she found herself drawn to him more and more. He was not handsome, but he was certainly attractive. Learned my lesson about handsome with Larry, Catherine thought wryly. The old expression is true, handsome is as handsome does. Kirk Reynolds was thoughtful and reliable. He's someone I can count on, Catherine thought. Don't feel any great burning spark, but I probably never will again. Larry took care of that. I'm mature enough now to settle for a ma I respect, who respects me as a companion, someone with whom I can share a nice, sane life without being worried about being thrown off mountain tops, or being buried in dark caves. They went to the theater to see The Ladies Not for Burning by Christopher Fry, and, on another evening, September Tide, with Gertrude Lawrence. They went to nightclubs. The orchestras all seemed to be playing the Third Man theme and La Vie en Rose. I'm going to St. Moritz next week, Kirk Reynolds told Catherine. Have you thought about it? Catherine had given it a great deal of thought. She was sure that Kirk Reynolds was in love with her. And I love him, Catherine thought. But loving and being in love are two different plus things, aren't they? Or am I just being a dumb romantic? What asterisk, am I looking for another Larry? Someone who'll sweep me off my feet, fall in love with another woman, and try to kill me? Kirk Reynolds would make a wonderful husband. Why am I hesitating? That night Catherine and Kirk dined at the Morrible, and when they were having dessert, Kirk said, Catherine, in case you don't know, I'm in love with you. I want to marry you. She felt a sudden panic. Kirk. Single quote. And she was not sure what she was going to say. My next words, Catherine thought, are going to change my life. It would be so simple to say yes. What's holding me back? Is it the fear of the past? Am I going to live my whole life being afraid? I can't let that happen, Kathy. Single quote. Kirk, why don't we go to St. Moritz together? Kirk's face lit up. Does that mean? Single quote. We'll see. Once you see me ski you probably won't want to marry me. Kirk laughed. Nothing in the world could keep me from wanting to marry you. You've made me one very happy fellow. We'll go up on November 5th, Guy Fawkes Day. What is Guy Fawkes Day? It's a fascinating story. King James had a strict anti-Catholic policy, so a group of prominent Roman Catholics plotted to overthrow the government. A soldier named Guy Fawkes was brought over from Spain to lead the plot. He arranged for a ton of gunpowder, in 36 barrels, to be hidden in the basement of the House of Lords. But on the morning that they were to blow up the House of Lords, one of the conspirators told on them and they were all caught. Guy Fawkes was tortured, but he wouldn't talk. All the men were executed. Now, every year in England, the day of the discovery of the plot is celebrated by bonfires and fireworks, and small boys make effigies of guys. Catherine shook her head. That's a pretty grim holiday. He smiled at her, and said quietly, I promise you that ours won't be grim. The night before they were to leave, Catherine washed her hair, packed and unpacked twice and felt sick with excitement. She had only known two men carnally in her life, William Fraser and her husband. Did they still use words like carnally? Catherine wondered. My God, I hope I remember how. They say it's like riding a bicycle, once you do it, you never forget. Maybe he's going to be disappointed in me in bed. Maybe I'm going to be disappointed in me in bed. Maybe I should just stop worrying about it and go to sleep. Mr. Demirous. Yes. Catherine Alexander left this morning for St. Moritz. There was a silence. St. Moritz. Yes, sir. Did she go alone? No, sir. She went with Kirk Reynolds. This time the silence was longer. Thank you, Evelyn. Kirk Reynolds. It was impossible. What could she see in him? Waited too long. I should have moved more quickly. I'll have to do something about this. I can't let her. His secretary buzzed. Mr. Demiris, there's a Mr. Anthony Rizzoli here to see you. He does not have an appointment and. Single quote. Then why are you bothering me? Demiris asked. He snapped down the intercom. It buzzed again. I'm sorry to disturb you. Mr. Rizzoli says he has a message for you from Mr. Lambro. He says it's very important. A message? Strange. Why wouldn't his brother-in-law deliver his own message? Send him in. Yes, sir. Tony Rizzoli was ushered into Constantine Demiris' office. He looked around the office appreciatively. It was even more lavish than the offices of Spiros Lambro. Nice of you to see me, Mr. Demiris. You have 2 minutes. Spiros sent me. He thought you and I should have a talk. Really? And what do we have to talk about? Do you mind if I sit down? I don't think you'll be staying that long. Tony Rizzoli settled himself in a chair facing Demiris. I have a manufacturing plant, Mr. Demiris. I ship things to various parts of the world. I see. And you want to charter one of my ships? Exactly. Why did Spiros send you to me? Why don't you charter one of his ships? He happens to have 2 of them idle at the moment. Tony Rizzoli shrugged. I guess he doesn't like what I ship. I don't understand. What is it you ship? Drugs, Tony Rizzoli said delicately. Heroin. Constantine Demiris was staring at him in disbelief. And you expect me to get out of here, before I call the police? Rizzoli nodded toward the phone. Go right ahead. He watched Demiris reach for the phone. TD like to speak to them, too. I'd like to tell them all about that trial of Noel Page and Larry Douglas. Constantine Demiris froze. What are you talking about? I'm talking about 2 people executed for the murder of a woman who's still alive. Constantine Demiris' face had gone white. Do you think maybe the police would be interested in that story, Mr. Demiris? If they aren't, maybe the press would be, huh? I can see the headlines now, can't you? Can I call you Costa? Spiros told me all your friends call you Costa, and I think you and I are going to be good friends. Do you know why? Because good friends don't rat on each other. We'll keep that little stunt you pulled our secret, shall we? Constantine Demiris was sitting rigid in his chair. When he spoke his voice was hoarse. What is it you want? I told you. I want to charter one of your ships and, you and I being such good friends, I don't think you would want to charge me for the charter, would you? Let's say it's a favor traded for a favor. Demiris took a deep breath. I can't let you do this. If it ever got out that I allowed drugs to be smuggled on one of my ships, I could lose my whole fleet. But it's not going to get out, is it? In my business, I don't advertise. We're going to do this very quietly. Constantine Demiris' expression hardened. You're making a big mistake. You can't blackmail me. Do you know who I am? Yeah, you're my new partner. You and I are going to be doing business together for a long time, Costa baby, because, if you say no, I go right to the police and the newspapers and spill the whole story. And there goes your reputation and your fucking empire, right down the drain. There was a long, painful silence. How did my brother-in-law find out? Rizzoli grinned. That's not important. What's important is that I've got you by the balls. If I squeeze, you're a eunuch. You'll be singing soprano for the rest of your life, and you'll be singing it in a prison cell. Tony Rizzoli looked at his watch. My goodness, my 2 minutes are up. He rose to his feet. I'm giving you 60 seconds to decide whether I walk out of here as your partner or I just walk out. Constantine Demiris suddenly looked 10 years older. His face was drained of color. He had no illusions about what would happen if the true story of the trial came out. The press would eat him alive. He would be portrayed as a monster, a murderer. They might even open an investigation into the deaths of Stavros and Chotas. Your 60 seconds are up. Constantine Demiris nodded slowly. All right, he whispered, less than, all right. Tony Rizzoli beamed down at him. You're smart. Constantine Demiris slowly rose to his feet. Till let you get away with it this once, he said. I don't want to know how you do it, or when. I'll put one of your men aboard one of my ships. That's as far as I'll go. It's a deal, Tony Rizzoli said. He thought, maybe you're not so smart. You smuggle 1 load of heroin and you're hooked, Costa baby. There's no way I will ever let you go. Aloud, he repeated. Sure, it's a deal. On the way back to the hotel, Tony Rizzoli was exultant. Jackpot, the narcs would never dream of touching Constantine Demiris' fleet. Christ, from now on I can load up every ship of his that sails out of here. The money will roll in. Horse and antiques Ori, Victor. He laughed aloud. Antiquities Rizzoli went to a public telephone booth on Stadio Avenue and made 2 calls. The first was to Pete Luca in Palermo. You can get your 2 gorillas out of here, Pete, and put them back in the zoo where they belong. The stuff's ready to move, it's going by ship. Are you sure the package is safe? Rizzoli laughed. It's safer than the Bank of England. I'll tell you about it when I see you. And I have more good news. From now on we're going to be able to make a shipment every week. That's wonderful, Tony. I always knew I could count on you. The hell you did, you bastard. The second call was to Spiros Lambro. It went fine. Your brother-in-law and I are going into business together. Congratulations. I'm delighted to hear it, Mr. Rizzoli. When Spiros Lambro replaced the receiver, he smiled. The narcotics squad will be, too. Konstantin Demiris stayed in his office past midnight, sitting at his desk, contemplating his new problem. He had avenged himself against Noelle Page, and now she was returning from the grave to haunt him. He reached inside a desk drawer and took out a framed photograph of Noelle. Hello, bitch. God, she was beautiful. So you think you're going to destroy me? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Chapter 15-1/2, plus I. St. Moritz was an enchantment. There were miles of downhill ski runs, hiking trails, bobsled and sleigh rides, polo tournaments and a dozen other activities. Curled around a sparkling lake in the Engadine Valley 6,000 feet high on the southern slope of the Alps, between Celerina and Pisnare, the little village made Catherine gasp with delight. Catherine and Kirk Reynolds checked into the fabled Palace Hotel. The lobby was filled with tourists from a dozen countries. Kirk Reynolds said to the reception clerk, "A reservation for Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds," and Catherine looked away. Should have put on a wedding ring. She was sure everyone in the lobby was staring at her, knowing what she was doing. Yes, Mr. Reynolds. Suite 215. The clerk handed a bellboy the key, and the bellboy said, "Right this way, please." They were escorted to a lovely suite, simply furnished, with a spectacular view of the mountains from each window. When the bellboy left, Kirk Reynolds took Catherine in his arms. "I can't tell you how happy you've made me, darling." "I hope I will," Catherine replied. It's been a long time, Kirk. Don't worry. I won't rush you. He's so dear, Catherine thought, but how would he feel about me if I told him about my past? She had never mentioned Larry to him, or the murder trial, or any of the terrible things that had happened to her. She wanted to feel close to him, to confide in him, but something held her back. "Td better unpack," Catherine said. She unpacked slowly, too slowly, and she suddenly realized that she was stalling, afraid to finish what she was doing because she was afraid of what was going to happen next. From the other room she heard Kirk calling, "Catherine." Single quote. "Oh, my God, he's going to say let's get undressed and go to bed." Catherine swallowed and said in a small voice, "Yes. Why don't we go outside and look around?" Catherine went limp with relief. "That's a wonderful idea," she said enthusiastically. "What's the matter with me? I'm in one of the most romantic places on earth, with an attractive man who loves me, and I'm panicky." Reynolds was looking at her strangely. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Catherine said brightly. "Just fine. You look worried." "No. I was thinking about skiing. It's supposed to be dangerous." Reynolds smiled. "Don't worry. We'll start you on a gentle slope, tomorrow. Let's go." They put on sweaters and lined jackets and walked outside into the crisp, clear air. Catherine breathed deeply. "Oh, it's wonderful, Kirk. I love it here." "You ain't seen nothing yet," he grinned. "It's twice as beautiful in the summer." "Will he still want to see me in the summer?" Catherine wondered. "Or am I going to be a big disappointment to him? Why don't I stop worrying so much?" The village of St. Moritz was charming, a medieval marvel, filled with quaint shops and restaurants and chalets set among the majestic Alps. They wandered around the shops, and Catherine bought presents for Evelyn and Vim. They stopped at a little cafe and had a fondue in the afternoon. Kirk Reynolds hired a sleigh driven by a bay, and they rode along the snow-covered path up into the hills, the snow crunching beneath the metal runners, enjoying. Reynolds asked. "Oh, yes." Catherine looked at him and thought, "I'm going to make you so happy. Tonight." "Yes, tonight. I'm going to make you happy tonight." That evening, they dined in the hotel at the Steebley, a restaurant with the atmosphere of an old country inn. This room dates back to 1480, Kirk said. Then we'd better not order the bread. What? Small joke. Sorry. Larry used to understand my jokes. Why am I thinking about him? Because I don't want to think about tonight. I feel like Marie Antoinette going to her execution. I won't have cake for dessert. The meal was superb, but Catherine was too nervous to enjoy it. When they had finished, Reynolds said, "Shall we go upstairs? I've arranged an early ski lesson for you in the morning." "Oh sure. Fine. Sure." They started upstairs, and Catherine found that her heart was pounding. He's going to say, "Let's go right to bed." And why shouldn't he? That's what I came here for, isn't it? I can't pretend. Plus, came for the skiing and they reached their suite, and Reynolds opened the door and turned on the lights. They walked into the bedroom and Catherine stared at the large bed. It seemed to take up the whole room. Kirk was watching her. "Catherine, are you worried about anything?" "What?" A hollow little laugh. "Of course not. Just what?" She gave him a bright smile. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Good. Let's get undressed and go to bed." Exactly what I knew he was going to say. But did he have to say it? We could have just gone ahead and done it. Putting it in words is so crass. "What did you say?" Catherine had not realized that she had spoken aloud. "Nothing." Catherine had reached the bed. It was the largest she had ever seen. It was a bed that had been built for lovers, and lovers only. It was not a bed to sleep in. It was a bed too. "Aren't you going to get undressed, darling?" "Am I? How long has it been since I slept with a man?" "More than a year. And he was my husband, Kathy." "Yes. I'm going to get undressed, and I'm going to get into bed, and I'm going to disappoint you. I'm not in love with you, Kirk. I can't sleep with you, Kirk." He turned to her, half undressed. "Yes, Kirk, forgive me. You're going to hate me, but I can't. I'm terribly sorry. You must think I'm. She saw the look of disappointment on his face. He forced a smile. "Kathy, I told you I'd be patient. If you're not ready yet, I understand. We can still have a wonderful time here." She kissed his cheek gratefully. "Oh, Kirk, thank you. I feel so ridiculous. I don't know what's the matter with me." "There's nothing the matter with you," he assured her. "I understand." She hugged him. "Thank you. You're an angel." Meanwhile, he sighed, "Till sleep on the couch in the living room." "No you won't," Catherine declared. "Since I'm the one responsible for this dumb problem, the least I can do is see that you're comfortable. I'll sleep on the couch. You take the bed." "Absolutely not." Catherine lay on the bed, wide awake, thinking about Kirk Reynolds. Will I ever be able to make love with another man? Or has Larry burned that out of me? Maybe, in a way, Larry did manage to kill me after all. Finally, Catherine slept. Kirk Reynolds was awakened in the middle of the night by the screams. He sat straight up on the couch and, as the screams continued, he hurried into the bedroom. Catherine was flailing about on the bed, her eyes tightly closed. "No," she was yelling. Don't. Leave me alone." Reynolds knelt down and put his arms around her and held her close. "Shish," he said. "It's all right. It's all right." Catherine's body was racked with sobs, and he held her close until they subsided. "They tried to drown me. It was only a dream," he said soothingly. "You had a bad dream." Catherine opened her eyes and sat up. Her body was trembling. "No, it wasn't a dream. It was real. They tried to kill me." Kirk was looking at her, puzzled. "Who tried to kill you?" "Greater than my husband and his mistress. Featuring +1." He shook his head. "Catherine, you had a nightmare, and I'm telling you the truth. They tried to murder me, and they were executed for it." Kirk's face was filled with disbelief. "Catherine. I didn't tell you before, because it's painful for me to talk about it." And, he suddenly realized that she was serious. "What happened? I wouldn't give Larry a divorce, and he was in love with another woman, and they decided to murder me." Kirk was listening intently now. "When was this?" "A year ago." "What happened to them?" They were executed by the state." He raised a hand. "Wait a minute. They were executed for greater than attempting to kill you." Yes," Reynolds said. "I'm not an expert on Greek law, but I'm willing to bet that there's no death sentence for attempted murder. There has to be some mistake." I know a lawyer in Athens. Actually, he works for the state. I'll give him a call in the morning, and clear this up. His name is Peter Demonides. Catherine was still asleep when Kirk Reynolds awakened. He dressed quietly and went into the bedroom. He stood there a moment, looking down at Catherine. Love her so much. I have to find out what really happened, and clear the shadows away for her. Kirk Reynolds went down to the hotel lobby and placed a phone call to Athens. I'd like to make it person to person, operator. I want to speak with Peter Demonides. The call came through half an hour later. Mr. Demonides. This is Kirk Reynolds. I don't know whether you remember me, but... Of course I do. You work for Constantine Demiris. Yes. What can I do for you, Mr. Reynolds? Forgive me for bothering you. I'm a bit puzzled about some information I just came across. It involves a point of Greek law. I know a little bit about Greek law, Demonides said jovially. Till be happy to help you. Is there anything in your law that allows someone to be executed for attempted murder? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. May I ask why you are inquiring? I'm with a woman named Catherine Alexander. She seems to think that her husband and his mistress were executed by the state for trying to kill her. It doesn't sound logical. Do you see what I mean? Yes. Demonides' voice was thoughtful. I see what you mean. Where are you, Mr. Reynolds? I'm staying at the Palace Hotel in St. Moritz. Let me check this out, and I'll get back to you. I would appreciate it. The truth is, I think Miss Alexander may be imagining things, and I'd like to straighten this out and relieve her mind. I understand. You will hear from me. I promise. The air was bright and crisp, and the beauty of Catherine's surroundings dispelled her terrors of the night before. The two of them breakfasted in the village, and when they had finished, Reynolds said, "Let's go over to the ski slope and turn you into a snow bunny." He took Catherine over to the beginner's slope and hired an instructor for her. Catherine got into her skis, and stood up. She looked down at her feet. This is ridiculous. If God had meant us to look like this, our fathers would have been trees. What? Nothing, Kirk. The instructor smiled. Don't worry. In no time at all you'll be skiing like a pro, Miss Alexander. We'll start out at Corviglia Sas Ronsel. That's the beginner's slope. You'll be surprised at how quickly you'll get the hang of it, Reynolds assured Catherine. He looked over at a ski run in the distance, and turned to the instructor. I think I'll try Fuork Lagrisha today. It sounds delicious. I'll have mine grilled, Catherine said -half a meter. Not a smile. It's a ski run, darling. Oh. Catherine felt embarrassed to tell him it was a joke. Mustn't do that around him, Catherine thought. The instructor said, the Grisha's a pretty steep run. You might start out on the Corviglia Standard Margins to warm up, Mr. Reynolds. Good idea. I'll do that. Catherine, I'll meet you at the Hotel F for lunch. Fine. Reynolds waved and walked away. Have a nice time, Catherine called. Don't forget to write. Well, the instructor said. Let's go to work. To Catherine's surprise, the lessons turned out to be fun. She was nervous in the beginning. She felt awkward and moved up the small slope clumsily. Lean forward a little. Keep your skis pointed forward. Tell them. They have a mind of their own, Catherine declared. You're doing fine. Now we're going down the slope. Bend your knees. Get your balance. There you go. She fell. Once more. You're doing fine. She fell again. And again. And suddenly, she found her sense of balance. And it was as though she had wings. She sailed down the slope, and it was exhilarating. It was almost like flying. She loved the crunch of the snow beneath her skis and the feel of the wind batting at her face. I love it. Catherine said. No wonder people get hooked on this. How soon can we do the big slope? The instructor laughed. Let's stay with this for today. Tomorrow, the Olympics. All in all, it was a glorious morning. She was waiting for Kirk Reynolds in the grill room when he returned from skiing. His cheeks were ruddy and he looked animated. He walked up to Catherine's table and sat down. Well, he asked. How did it go? Great. I didn't break anything important. I only fell down 6 times. And you know something? She said proudly. Toward the end I got pretty good. I think he's going to enter me in the Olympics. Reynolds smiled. Good. He started to mention the phone call he had made to Peter Demonides, and then decided against it. He did not want to have Catherine upset again. After lunch they went for a long walk in the snow, stopping in at some of the shops to browse. Catherine was beginning to feel tired. I think I'd like to go back to the room, she said. I might take a little nap. Good idea. The air's pretty thin here, and if you're not used to it you can get tired easily. What are you going to do, Kirk? He looked up at a distant slope. I think I might ski down the Grisha. I've never done it before. It's a challenge. You mean, because it's there? What? Nothing. It looks so dangerous. Reynolds nodded. That's why it's a challenge. Catherine took his hand. Kirk, about last night. I'm sorry. I'll try to do better. Don't worry about it. Go back to the hotel and get some sleep. I will. Catherine watched him walk away and thought, he's a wonderful man. I wonder what he sees in an idiot like me. Catherine slept during the afternoon, and this time there were no dreams. When she awakened it was almost 6 o'clock. Kirk would be returning soon. Catherine bathed and dressed, thinking about the evening ahead of her. No, not the evening, she admitted to herself, the night. I'll make it up to him. She went to the window and looked out. It was beginning to get dark. Kirk must really be enjoying himself, Catherine thought. She looked up at the huge slope in the distance. Is that the Grisha? I wonder if I'll ever be able to ski down that. At 7 o'clock Kirk Reynolds still had not returned. The twilight had turned to a deep blackness. He can't be skiing in the dark, Catherine thought. I'll bet. He's in the bar downstairs having a drink. She started for the door just as the phone rang. Catherine smiled. 7 was right. He's calling me to ask me to join him downstairs. She lifted the receiver and said brightly, well, did you come across any Sherpas? A strange voice said, Mrs. Reynolds. She started to say no, then remembered how Kirk had registered them. Yes, this is Mrs. Reynolds. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Your husband has been in a skiing accident, 179 feet. Oh, no, is it serious? I'm afraid it is. Till come right away. Where? ? I'm sorry to tell you he's dead, Mrs. Reynolds. He was skiing the Legalp and broke his neck. Chapter 16. Tony Rizzoli watched her come out of the bathroom, naked, and thought, why do Greek women have such big asses? She slid into bed beside him, put her arms around him and whispered, I'm so glad you chose me, Puliki. I wanted you from the first moment I saw you. It was all Tony Rizzoli could do to keep from laughing out loud. The bitch had seen too many B movies, sure, he said. I feel the same way, baby. He had picked her up at the New Yorker, a sleazy nightclub on Kalari Street, where she worked as a singer. She was what the Greeks contemptuously called a gavizi skilo, a barking dog. None of the girls who worked at the club had talent in their throats, anyway, but for a price, they were all available to be taken home. This one, Helena, was moderately attractive, with dark eyes, a sensuous face, and a full, ripe body. She was 24, a little old for Rizzoli's taste, but he did not know any ladies in Athens, and he could not afford to be choosy. Do you like me? Helena asked coyly. Yeah. Impazzo about you. He began to stroke her breasts, and felt her nipples get hard, and squeezed. Ouch. Move your head down, baby. She shook her head. I don't do that. Rizzoli stared at her. Really? The next instant, he grabbed her hair, and pulled. Helena screamed. Paracolat. Rizzoli slapped her hard across the face. Make one more sound and I'll break your neck. Rizzoli dragged her face down between his legs. There he is, baby. Make him happy. Let me go, she whimpered. You're hurting me. Rizzoli tightened his grip on her hair. Hey, you're crazy about me, remember? He let go of her hair, and she looked up at him, her eyes blazing. You can go. The look on his face stopped her. There was something terribly wrong with this man. Why hadn't she seen it sooner? There's no reason for us to fight, she said placatingly, you and me. His fingers dug into her neck. I'm not paying you for conversation. His fist smashed into her cheek. Shut up and go to work. Of course, sweetheart, Helena whimpered. Of course. Rizzoli was insatiable, and by the time he was satisfied, Helena was exhausted. She lay at his side until she was sure he was asleep, and then she quietly slipped out of bed and got dressed. She was in pain. Rizzoli had not paid her yet, and ordinarily Helena would have taken the money from his wallet, plus a handsome tip for herself. But some instinct made her decide to leave without taking any money. An hour later, Tony Rizzoli was awakened by a pounding on the door. He sat up and peered at his wristwatch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. He looked around. The girl had gone. Who is it? He called. It's your neighbor. The voice was angry. There's a telephone call for you. Rizzoli rubbed a hand across his forehead. I'm coming. He put on a robe and walked across the room to where his trousers were draped on the back of a chair. He checked his wallet. His money was all there. So, the bitch wasn't stupid. He extracted a $100 bill, walked over to the door and opened it. His neighbor was standing in the hallway in a robe and slippers. Do you know what time it is? He asked indignantly. You told me. Rizzoli handed him the $100 bill. I'm terribly sorry, he said apologetically. I won't be long. The man swallowed, his indignation gone. That's all right. It must be important for someone to wake people up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Rizzoli walked into the room across the hall and picked up the phone. Rizzoli. A voice said, you have a problem, Mr. Rizzoli. Who is this? Spiros Lambro asked me to call you. Oh. He felt a sudden sense of alarm. What's the problem? It concerns Constantine Demiris. What about him? One of his tankers, the Thiel, is in Marseille. It's tied up at the pier in the Bassin de la Grande Joliette. So, we've learned that Mr. Demiris has ordered the ship diverted to Athens. It will be docking there Sunday morning, and sailing Sunday night. Constantine Demiris plans to be on it when it sails. What? He's running, but he and I have a. Mr. Lambro said to tell you that Demiris is planning to hide out in the United States until he can find a way to get rid of you. The sneaky son of a bitch. I see. Thank Mr. Lambro for me. Tell him thanks very much. It's his pleasure. Rizzoli replaced the receiver. Is everything all right, Mr. Rizzoli? What? Yeah, everything is great. And it was. The more Rizzoli thought about the phone call, the more pleased he was. He had Constantine Demiris running scared. That would make it a lot easier to handle him. Sunday. He had 2 days in which to lay his plans. Rizzoli knew he had to be careful. He was being followed wherever he went. Fucking Keystone cops, Rizzoli thought contemptuously. When the time comes, I'll dump them. Early the following morning, Rizzoli walked to a public telephone booth on Kifisias Street and dialed the number of the Athens State Museum. In the reflection in the glass, Rizzoli could see a man pretending to look in a shop window, and across the street another man in conversation with a flower vendor. The 2 men were part of the surveillance team that was covering him. Good luck to you, Rizzoli thought. Office of the Curator. Can I help you? Victor. It's Tony. Is anything wrong? There was sudden panic in Corency's voice. No, Rizzoli said soothingly. Everything's fine. Victor, you know that pretty vase with the red figures on it? The Ka Amphora. Yeah, I'm going to pick it up tonight. There was a long pause. Tonight? I don't know, Tony. Corency's voice was trembling. If anything should go wrong. Okay, pal, forget it. T was trying to do you a favor. You just tell Sal Prizzi you don't have the money, and let him do whatever. No, Tony. Wait. There was another pause. All right. You sure it's all right, Victor? Because if you don't want to do it, just say so, and I'll head back to the States, where I don't have problems like this. I don't need all this aggravation, you know. I can. No. I appreciate everything you're doing for me, Tony, really I do. Tonight will be fine. Okay then. When the museum closes, all you have to do is substitute a copy for the real vase. The guards check all packages out of here. So what? Are the guards some kind of art experts? No. Of course not, but. All right, Victor, listen to me. You just get a bill of sale for one of the copies and stick it with the original in a paper bag. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Where will we meet? We're not going to meet. Leave the museum at 6 o'clock. There will be a taxi in front. Have the package with you. Tell the driver to take you to Hotel Grande Britannia. Tell him to wait for you. Leave the package in the cab. Go into the hotel bar and have a drink. After that, go home. But the package. Don't worry. It will be taken care of. Victor Corencies was sweating. I've never done anything like this, Tony. I've never stolen anything. All my life. I know, Rizzoli said soothingly. Neither have I, remember, Victor, I'm taking all the risks, and I don't get a thing out of it. Currency's voice broke. You're a good friend, Tony. The best friend I ever had. He was wringing his hands. Do you have any idea when I will get my money? Very soon, Rizzoli assured him. Once we pull this off, you won't have any more worries. And neither will, Rizzoli thought exultantly. Never again. 2 cruise ships were in the port of Piraeus that afternoon, and consequently the museum was filled with tourists. Usually Victor Currencies enjoyed studying them, trying to guess what their lives were like. There were Americans and British, and visitors from a dozen other countries. Now, Currencies was too panicky to think about them. He looked over at the 2 showcases where copies of the antiquities were sold. There was a crowd around them, and the 2 saleswomen were busily trying to keep up with the demand. Maybe they'll sell out, Currencies thought hopefully, and I won't be able to go through with Rizzoli's plan. But he knew he was being unrealistic. There were hundreds of replicas stored in the basement of the museum. The vase that Tony had asked him to steal was one of the museum's great treasures. It was from the 15th century BC, an amphora with red mythological figures painted on a black background. The last time Victor Currencies had touched it had been 15 years earlier, when he had reverently placed it inside the case to be locked up forever. And now I'm stealing it, Currencies thought miserably. God help me. Dazedly, Currencies went through the afternoon, dreading the moment when he would become a thief. He went back to his office, shut the door, and sat down at his desk, filled with despair. Can't do it, he thought. There has to be some other way out, but what? He could think of no way to raise that kind of money. He could still hear Pritzi's voice. You'll give me that money tonight, or I'm going to feed you to the fish. Do you understand? The man was a killer. No, he had no choice. A few minutes before 6, Currencies came out of his office. The 2 women who sold replicas of the artifacts were beginning to lock up. Signomi, Currencies called. A friend of mine is having a birthday. I thought I'd get him something from the museum. He walked over to the case and pretended to be studying it. There were vases and busts, chalices and books and maps. He looked them over as though trying to decide which to choose. Finally, he pointed to the copy of the red amphora. I think he'd like that one. I'm sure he will, the woman said. She removed it from the case and handed it to Currencies. Could I have a receipt, please? Certainly, Mr. Currencies. Would you like me to gift wrap this for you? No, no, Currencies said quickly. You can just throw it in a bag. He watched her place the replica in a paper bag and put the JJ Trace IPT inside. Thank you. I hope your friend enjoys it. I'm sure he will. He took the bag, his hands trembling, and Carrot walked back to his office. He locked the door, then removed the imitation vase from the one bag and placed it on his desk. It's not too late, Currencies thought. I haven't committed any crime yet. He was in an agony of indecision. A series of terrifying thoughts ran through his head. I could run away to another country and abandon my wife and children. Or I could commit suicide. I could go to the police and tell them I'm being threatened. But when the facts come out, I will be ruined. No, there was no way out. If he did not pay the money he owed, he knew that Prizzy would kill him. Thank God, he thought, for my friend Tony. Without him, one would be a dead man. He looked at his watch. Time to move. Currencies rose to his feet, his legs unsteady. He stood there, taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself. His hands were wet with perspiration. Carrot. He wiped them on his shirt. He put the replica back in the paper FL bag, and moved toward the door. There was a guard stationed at the front door who left at 6, after the museum closed, and another guard who made the rounds, but he had half a dozen rooms to cover. He should be at the far end of the museum now. Currencies walked out of his office, and bumped into the guard. He gave a guilty start. Excuse me, Mr. Currencies. I didn't know you were still here. Yes, I'm just getting ready to leave. You know, the guard said admiringly, I envy you. If he only knew. Really? Why? You know so much about all these beautiful things. I walk around here and I look at them and they're all pieces of history, aren't they? I don't know much about them. Maybe someday you could explain them to me. I really. Single quote. The damn fool would not stop talking. Yes, of course. Someday. I would be happy to. At the other end of the room, Currencies could see the cabinet containing the precious vase. He had to get rid of the guard. There seems to be a problem with the alarm circuit in the basement. Would you check it out? Sure, I understand that some of the things here date back to. Would you mind checking it out now? I don't want to leave before I know that everything is all right. Certainly, Mr. Corencies. I'll be right back. Victor Corencies stood there, watching the guard move through the hall, heading toward the basement. The moment he was out of sight, Corencies hurried over to the case containing the red amphora. He took out a key, and thought, I'm really going to do it. I'm going to steal it. The key slipped out of his fingers, and clattered to the floor. Is this a sign? Is God telling me something? Perspiration was pouring out of him. He bent down and picked up the key, and stared at the vase. It was so utterly exquisite. It had been made with such loving care by his ancestors, thousands of years ago. The guard was right, it was a piece of history, something that could never be replaced. Corencies shut his eyes for an instant and shuddered. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then unlocked the case and carefully lifted out the vase. He removed the replica from the paper bag and placed it in the case where the genuine one had stood. Corencies stood there, studying it a moment. It was an expert reproduction, but to him it screamed fake. It was so obvious. But only to me, Corencies thought, and to a few other experts. No one else could ever tell the difference. And there would be no reason for anyone to examine it closely. Corencies closed the case and locked it, and put the genuine vase in the paper bag with the receipt. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face and hands. It was done. He looked at his watch. 6:10. He had to hurry. He moved toward the door and saw the guard coming toward him. I couldn't find anything wrong with the alarm system, Mr. Corencies, and. Good, Corencies said. We can't be too careful. The guard smiled. You're right about that. Leaving now? Yes. Good night. Good night. The second guard was at the front door, getting ready to leave. He noticed the paper bag and grinned. I'm going to have to check that out. Your rules. Of course, Corencies said quickly. He handed the bag to the guard. The guard looked inside, took out the vase and saw the receipt. It's a gift for a friend, Corencies explained. He's an engineer. Why did I have to say that? What does he care? I must act natural, nice. The guard tossed the vase back into the bag, and for one terrible instant Corencies thought it was going to break. Corencies clutched the bag to his breast. Kalispera. The guard opened the door for him. Kalispera. Corencies went out into the cool night air, breathing heavily and fighting nausea. He had something worth millions of dollars in his hands, but Corencies did not think of it in those terms. What he was thinking was that he was betraying his country, stealing a piece of history from his beloved Greece and selling it to some faceless foreigner. He started down the steps. As Rizzoli had promised, there was a taxi waiting in front of the museum. Corencies moved toward it, and got in. Hotel Grande Britannia, he said. He slumped back in his seat. He felt beaten and exhausted, as though he had just been through some terrible battle. But had he won or lost? When the taxi pulled up in front of Hotel Grande Britannia, Corencies said to the driver, "Wait here, please." He took a last look at the precious package on the back seat, then got out and quickly walked into the lobby of the hotel. Inside the door he turned and watched. A man was entering the taxi. A moment later it sped away. So. It was done. I'll never have to do anything like this again, Corencies thought. Not as long as I live. The nightmare is over. At 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, Tony Rizzoli walked out of his hotel and strolled toward the Platea Ammonia. He was wearing a bright red check jacket, green trousers and a red beret. 2 detectives were trailing him. One of them said, he must have gone shopping for those clothes at a circus. At Metaxa Street, Rizzoli hailed a taxi. The detective spoke into his walkie-talkie. The subject is getting into a taxi heading west. A voice replied, we see him. We're following. Return to the hotel. Right. An unmarked gray sedan pulled in behind the taxi, keeping a discreet distance. The taxi headed south, past Monastiraki. In the sedan the detective seated next to the driver picked up the hand microphone. Central. This is Unit 4. The subject is in a taxi. It's driving down Philhellenon Street. Wait. They just turned right at Pita Street. It looks like he's headed for the Placa. We might lose him in there. Can you have a detail follow him on foot? Just a minute, Unit 4. A few seconds later, the radio crackled back to life. Unit 4. We have assistance available if he gets off at the Placa, he'll be kept under surveillance. Kala. The subject is wearing a red check jacket, green trousers and a red beret. He's hard to miss. Wait a minute. The taxi is stopping. He's getting out at the placa. We'll pass on the information. He's covered. You're clear out. At the placa, 2 detectives were watching as the man emerged from the taxi. Where the hell did he buy that outfit? One of the detectives wondered aloud. They closed in behind him and began to follow him through the crowded maze of the old section of the city. For the next hour he strolled aimlessly through the streets, wandering past tavernas, bars, souvenir shops and small art galleries. He walked Anafiotica and stopped to browse at a flea market filled with swords, daggers, muskets, cooking pots, candlesticks, oil lamps and binoculars. What the hell is he up to? It looks like Toes just out for an afternoon stroll. Hold it, there he goes. They followed as he turned into Agio Garanda and headed for Zeno's restaurant. The 2 detectives stood outside, at a distance, watching him order. The detectives were beginning to get bored. I hope he makes a move soon. I'd like to go home. I could use a nap. Stay awake. If we lose him, Nicolino will have our ass. How can we lose him? He stands out like a beacon. The other detective was staring at him. What? What did you say? I said. Single quote. Never mind. There was a sudden urgency in his voice. Did you get a look at his face? No. Neither did I, Tiflo. Come on. The 2 detectives hurried into the restaurant and strode up to his table. They were looking into the face of a complete stranger. Inspector Nicolino was in a fury. I had 3 teams assigned to follow Rizzoli. How could you lose him? He pulled a switch on us, Inspector. The first team saw him get into a taxi and single quote. And they lost the taxi. No, sir. We watched him get out. Or at least we thought it was him. He was wearing a wild outfit. Rizzoli had another passenger hidden in the taxi, and the 2 men switched clothes. We followed the wrong man. And Rizzoli rode away in the taxi. Yes, sir. Did you get the license number? Well, no, sir. It didn't seem important. What about the man you picked up? He's a bellboy at Rizzoli's hotel. Rizzoli told him he was playing a joke on someone. He gave him $100. That's all the boy knows. Inspector Nicolino took a deep breath. And I don't suppose anyone knows where Mr. Rizzoli is at this moment. No, sir. I'm afraid not. Greece has 7 main ports: Thessaloniki, Patras, Volos, Igoumenitsa, Kavala, Heraklion and Piraeus. Piraeus lies 7 miles southwest of the center of Athens, and it serves not only as the main port of Greece but as one of the major ports of Europe. The port complex consists of 4 harbors, 3 of them for pleasure boats and ocean-going vessels. The 4th harbor, Heracles, is reserved for freighters fitted with hatches opening directly onto the quay. The Thiel was lying at anchor at Heracles. It was a huge tanker, and lying still in the dark harbor, it resembled a giant behemoth ready to pounce. Tony Rizzoli, accompanied by 4 men, drove up to the pier. Rizzoli looked up at the huge ship and thought, so it is here now. Let's see if our friend Demiris is aboard. He turned to the men with him. I want 2 of you to wait here. The other 2 come with me. See that nobody gets off the ship. Right. Rizzoli and 2 men walked up the gangplank. As they reached the top, a deckhand approached them. Can I help you? We're here to see Mr. Demiris. Mr. Demiris is in the owner's cabin. Is he expecting you? So the tip-off was right. Rizzoli smiled. Yeah, he's expecting us. What time is the ship sailing? At midnight. I'll show you the way. Thank you. They followed the sailor along the deck until they came to a ladder that led below. The 3 men trailed him down the ladder and along a narrow passageway, passing half a dozen cabins along the way. When they arrived at the last cabin, the sailor started to knock. Rizzoli pushed him aside. We'll announce ourselves. He shoved the door open and walked in. The cabin was larger than Rizzoli had expected. It was furnished with a bed and a couch, a desk, and 2 easy chairs. Behind the desk sat Constantine Demiris. When he looked up and saw Rizzoli, Demiris scrambled to his feet. His face paled. What are you doing here? His voice was a whisper. My friends and I decided to pay you a little bon voyage visit, Costa. How did you know I mean, I wasn't expecting you. I'm sure you weren't, Rizzoli said. He turned to the sailor. Thanks, pal. The sailor left. Rizzoli turned back to Demiris. Were you planning on taking a trip without saying goodbye to your partner? Demiris said quickly, no. Of course not. I just came to check out some things on the ship. She's sailing tomorrow morning. His fingers were trembling. Rizzoli moved closer to him. When he spoke, his voice was soft. Costa baby, you made a big mistake. There's no point in trying to run away, because you have no place to hide. You and I have a deal, remember? Do you know what happens to people who welsh on deals? They die bad, real bad. Demiris swallowed. I'd like to talk to you alone. Rizzoli turned to his men. Wait outside. When they were gone, Rizzoli sank into an armchair. I'm very disappointed in you, Costa. I can't go through with this, Demiris said. I'll give you money, more money than you've ever dreamed of. In return for what? For getting off this ship and leaving me alone. There was desperation in Demiris' voice. You can't do this to me. The government will take my fleet away. I'll be ruined. Please. I'll give you anything you want. Tony Rizzoli smiled. I have everything I want. How many tankers do you have? 20, 30. We're going to keep them all busy, you and me. All you have to do is add an extra port of call or two. You don't have any idea what you're doing to me. I guess you should have thought of that before you pulled that little frame up. Tony Rizzoli rose to his feet. You're going to have a talk with the captain. Tell him we're going to make an extra stop, off the coast of Florida. Demiris hesitated. All right, when you come back in the morning. Rizzoli laughed. I'm not going any place. The games are over. You were planning to sneak away at midnight. Fine, I'm going to sneak away with you. We're bringing a load of heroin aboard, Costa, and just to sweeten the deal, we're taking along one of the treasures from the State Museum. And you're going to smuggle it into the United States for me. That's your punishment for trying to double-cross me. There was a dazed look in Demiris' eyes. Isn't there anything, he pleaded. Anything I can do too? ? Rizzoli patted him on the shoulder. Cheer up. I promise you're going to enjoy being my partner. Rizzoli walked over to the door and opened it. All right, let's load the stuff on board, he said. Where do you want us to put it? There are hundreds of hiding places on any ship, but Rizzoli did not feel the need to be clever. Constantine Demiris' fleet was above suspicion. Put it in a sack of potatoes, he said. Mark the sack and stow it in the rear of the galley. Bring the vase to Mr. Demiris. He's going to take care of it personally. Rizzoli turned to Demiris, his eyes filled with contempt. Do you have any problem with that? Demiris tried to speak, but no words came out. All right, boys, Rizzoli said. Let's move. Rizzoli settled back in the armchair. Nice cabin. I'm going to let you keep it, Costa. My boys and I will find our own quarters. Thank you, Demiris said miserably. Thank you. At midnight, the huge tanker sailed away from the wharf with 2 tugboats guiding it out to sea. The heroin had been hidden aboard, and the vase had been delivered to Constantine Demiris' cabin. Tony Rizzoli called one of his men aside. I want you to go to the radio room and tear out the wireless. I don't want Demiris sending any messages. Gotcha, Tony. Constantine Demiris was a broken man, but Rizzoli was taking no chances. Rizzoli had been afraid up until the moment of sailing that something might go wrong, for what was happening was beyond his wildest dreams. Constantine Demiris, one of the richest, most powerful men in the world, was his partner. Partner? Hell, Rizzoli thought. Own the bastard. His whole goddamned fleet belongs to me. I can ship as much stuff as the boys can deliver. Let the other guys break their asses trying to figure out how to smuggle the stuff into the States. I've got it made. And then there's all the him treasures from the museum. That's another real gold mine. Only it all belongs to me. What the boys don't know won't hurt them. Tony Rizzoli fell asleep dreaming of a fleet of golden ships and palaces and nubile serving girls. When Rizzoli awoke in the morning, he and his men went to the dining room for breakfast. Half a dozen crew members were already there. A steward approached the table. Good morning. Where's Mr. Demiris? Rizzoli asked. Isn't he having breakfast? He's staying in his cabin, Mr. Rizzoli. He gave us instructions to give you and your friends anything you want. That's very nice of him, Rizzoli smiled. I'll have some orange juice, and bacon and eggs. What about you, boys? Sounds good. When they had ordered, Rizzoli said, I want you boys to play it cool. Keep your pieces out of sight. Be nice and polite. Remember, we're Mr. Demiris' guests. Demiris did not appear for lunch that day. Nor did he show up for dinner. Rizzoli went up to have a talk with him. Demiris was in his cabin, staring out of a porthole. He looked pale and drawn. Rizzoli said, "You gotta eat to keep your strength up, partner. I wouldn't want you to get sick. We have a lot to do. I told the steward to send in some dinner here." Demirous took a deep breath. "I can't. All right. Get out, please." Rizzoli grinned. "Sure. After dinner, get some sleep. You look terrible." In the morning, Rizzoli went to see the captain. "I'm Tony Rizzoli," he said. "I'm a guest of Mr. Demirous." "Ah, yes. Mr. Demirous told me you would be coming to see me. He mentioned that there might be a change of course." "Right. I'll let you know. When will we be arriving off the coast of Florida?" "In approximately 3 weeks, Mr. Rizzoli." "Good. I'll see you later." Rizzoli left and strolled around the ship. His ship. The whole goddamned fleet was his. The world was his. Rizzoli was filled with a euphoria such as he had never known. The crossing was smooth, and from time to time, Rizzoli dropped into Constantine Demirous' cabin. "You should have some broads on board," Rizzoli said. "But I guess you Greeks don't need broads, do you?" Demirous refused to rise to the bait. The days passed slowly, but every hour brought Rizzoli closer to his dreams. He was in a fever of impatience. A week passed, then another week, and they were nearing the North American continent. On Saturday evening, Rizzoli was standing at the ship's rail looking out at the ocean when there was a flash of lightning. The first mate came up to him. "We might be in for some rough weather, Mr. Rizzoli. I hope you're a good sailor." Rizzoli shrugged. "Nothing bothers me." The sea began its swell. The ship started to dip into the sea and then buck upwards as it plowed through the waves. Rizzoli began to feel queasy. "So I'm not a good sailor," he thought. "What's the difference?" He owned the world. He returned to his cabin early and got into bed. He had dreams. This time, there were no golden ships or beautiful naked girls. They were dark dreams. There was a war going on, and he could hear the roar of cannons. An explosion woke him up. Rizzoli sat up in bed, wide awake. The cabin was rocking. The ship was in the middle of a goddamn storm. He could hear footsteps running through the corridor. What the hell was going on? Tony Rizzoli hurried out of bed and went into the corridor. The floor suddenly listed to one side and he almost lost his balance. "What's happening?" he called to one of the men running past him. "An explosion. The ship's on fire. We're sinking. You'd better get up on deck." "Sinking? ? Single quote. Rizzoli could not believe it. Everything had gone so smoothly. But it doesn't matter, Rizzoli thought, can afford to lose this shipment. There will be plenty more. I've got to save Demirous. He's the key to everything. We'll send out a call for help. And then he remembered that he had ordered the wireless destroyed. Fighting to keep his balance, Tony Rizzoli made his way toward the companionway and climbed up to the deck. To his surprise, he saw that the storm had cleared. The sea was smooth. A full moon had come out. There was another loud explosion, and another, and the ship started to list farther. The stern was in the water, going down rapidly. Sailors were trying to lower the lifeboats, but it was too late. The water around the ship was a mass of burning oil. Where was Constantine Demirous? And then Rizzoli heard it. It was a whirring sound, pitched high above the thunder of the explosions. He looked up. There was a helicopter poised 10 feet above the ship. "We're saved," Rizzoli thought jubilantly. He waved frantically at the helicopter. A face appeared at the window. It took Rizzoli a moment to realize that it was Constantine Demirous. He was smiling, and in his raised hand he was holding up the priceless amphora. Rizzoli stared, his brain trying to put together what was happening. How had Constantine Demirous found a helicopter in the middle of the night too? And then Rizzoli knew, and his bowels turned to water. Constantine Demirous had never had any intention of doing business with him. The son of a bitch had planned the whole thing from the beginning. The phone call telling him that Demirous was running away, that phone call hadn't come from Spiros Lambro, it had come from Demirous. He had laid his trap to get him on the ship, and Rizzoli had leapt into it. The tanker started to sink deeper, faster, and Rizzoli felt the cold ocean lapping at his feet, and then his knees. The bastard was going to let them all die here, in the middle of nowhere, where there would be no trace of what happened. Rizzoli looked up at the helicopter, and yelled frantically, "Come back, I'll give you anything." The wind whipped his words away. The last thing Tony Rizzoli saw before the ship heeled over and his eyes filled with the burning salt water was the helicopter zooming toward the moon. Chapter 17. Street Moritz. Catherine was in a state of shock. She sat on the couch in her hotel room, listening to Lieutenant Hans Bergman, head of the ski patrol, tell her that Kirk Reynolds was dead. The sound of Bergman's voice flowed over Catherine in waves, but she was not listening to the words. She was too numbed by the horror of what had happened. All the people around me die, she thought despairingly. Larry's dead, and now Kirk. And there were the others, Noel, Napoleon Chotas, Frederick Stavros. It was an unending nightmare. Vaguely, through the fog of her despair, she heard Hans Bergman's voice. Mrs. Reynolds. Mrs. Reynolds. Single quote. She raised her head. I'm not Mrs. Reynolds, she said wearily. I'm Catherine Alexander. Kirk and I were friends. I see. Catherine took a deep breath. How did it happen? Kirk was such a good skier. I know. He skied here many times. He shook his head. To tell you the truth, Miss Alexander, I'm puzzled about what happened. We found his body on the Lagal, a slope that was closed because of an avalanche last week. The sign must have been blown down by the wind. I'm terribly sorry. Sorry. What a weak word, what a stupid word. How would you like us to handle the funeral arrangements, Miss Alexander? So death was not the end. No, there were arrangements to be made. Coffins and burial plots, and flowers, and relatives to be notified. Catherine wanted to scream, Miss Alexander. Catherine looked up. Till notify Kirk's family. Thank you. The trip back to London was a morning. She had come up to the mountains with Kirk, filled with eager hope, thinking that it was, perhaps, a new beginning, a door to a new life. Kirk had been so gentle and so patient. Should have made love with him, Catherine thought. But in the end, would it really have mattered? What did anything matter? I'm under some kind of curse. I destroy everyone who comes near me. When Catherine returned to London, she was too depressed to go back to work. She stayed in the flat, refusing to see anyone, or talk to anyone. Anna, the housekeeper, prepared meals for her and took them to Catherine's room, but the trays were returned, untouched. You must eat something, Miss Alexander. But the thought of food made Catherine ill. The next day Catherine was feeling worse. She felt as though her chest were filled with iron. She found it difficult to breathe. Can't go on like this, Catherine thought. Have to do something. She discussed it with Evelyn Kay. I keep blaming myself for what happened. That doesn't make sense, Catherine. I know it doesn't, but I can't help it. I feel responsible. I need someone to talk to. Maybe if I saw a psychiatrist. Single quote. I know one who's awfully good, Evelyn said. As a matter of fact, he sees Vim from time to time. His name is Alan Hamilton. I had a friend who was suicidal, and by the time Dr. Hamilton was through treating her, she was in great shape. Would you like to see him? What if he tells me I'm crazy? What if I am? All right, Catherine said reluctantly. Till try to make *key appointment for you. He's pretty busy. Thanks, Evelyn. I appreciate it. Catherine went into Vim's office. He would want to know about Kirk, she thought. Vim, do you remember Kirk Reynolds? He was killed a few days ago in a skiing accident. Yeah, Westminster 0471. Catherine blinked. What? And she suddenly realized that Vim was reciting Kirk's telephone number. Was that all people meant to Vim? A series of numbers. Didn't he have any feelings for them? Was he really unable to love or hate or feel compassion? Perhaps he's better off than I am, Catherine thought. At least he's spared the terrible pain that the rest of us can feel. Evelyn arranged an appointment for Catherine with Dr. Hamilton for the following Friday. Evelyn thought of telephoning Constantine Demiris to tell him what she had done, but she decided it was too unimportant to bother him about. Alan Hamilton's office was on Wimpole Street. Catherine went there for her first appointment, apprehensive and angry. Apprehensive because she was fearful of what he might say about her, and angry with herself for having to rely on a stranger to help her with problems she felt she should have been able to solve herself. The receptionist behind the glass window said, "Drive Hamilton A is ready for you, Miss Alexander." But am I ready for him? Catherine wondered. She was filled with sudden panic. What am I doing here? I'm not going to put myself in the hands of some quack who probably thinks he's God. Catherine said, I've changed my mind. I don't really need to see the doctor. I'll be happy to pay for the appointment. Oh, just a moment, please. But, single quote. The receptionist had disappeared into the doctor's office. A few moments later, the door to the office opened, and Alan Hamilton came out. He was in his early 40s, tall and blond with bright blue eyes, and an easy manner. He looked at Catherine and smiled. You've made my day, he said. Catherine frowned. What? ? I didn't realize how good a doctor I really was. You just walked into my reception office, and you're already feeling better. That must be some kind of record. Catherine said defensively, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I don't need any help. I'm delighted to hear that, Alan Hamilton said. I wish all my patients felt that way. As long as you're here, Miss Alexander, why don't you come in for a moment? We'll have a cup of coffee. Thank you. No, I don't. I promise you can drink it sitting up. Catherine hesitated. All right, just for a minute. She followed him into his office. It was very simple, done in quiet good taste, furnished more like a living room than an office. There were soothing prints hanging on the walls, and on a coffee table was a photograph of a beautiful woman with a young boy. All right, so he has a nice office and an attractive family. What does that prove? Please sit down, Dr. Hamilton said. The coffee should be ready in a minute. I really shouldn't be wasting your time, doctor. Don't worry about that. He sat in an easy chair, studying her. You've been through a lot, he said sympathetically. What do you know about it? Catherine snapped. Her tone was angrier than she had intended. I spoke with Evelyn. She told me what happened at St. Moritz. I'm sorry. That damned word again. Are you? If you're such a wonderful doctor, maybe you can bring Kirk back to life. All the misery that had been pent up inside her broke, erupting in a torrent, and to her horror Catherine found that she was sobbing hysterically. Leave me alone, she screamed. Leave me alone. Alan Hamilton sat there watching her, saying nothing. When Catherine's sobs finally subsided she said wearily, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I really must go now. She rose, and started toward the door. Miss Alexander, I don't know whether I can help you, but I'd like to try. I can promise you only that whatever I do won't hurt you. Catherine stood at the door, undecided. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with tears. I don't know what's the matter with me, she whispered. I feel so lost. Alan Hamilton rose, and walked over to her. Then why don't we try to find you? We'll work on it together. Sit down. I'll see about that coffee. He was gone for 5 minutes, and Catherine sat there, wondering how he had talked her into staying. He had a calming effect. There was something in his manner that was reassuring. Maybe he can help me, Catherine thought. Alan Hamilton came back into the room carrying 2 cups of coffee. There's cream and sugar, if you like. No, thank you. He sat down across from her. I understand your friend died in a skiing accident. It was so painful to talk about. Yes. He was on a slope that was supposed to have been closed. The wind blew the sign down. Is this your first encounter with the death of someone close to you? How was she supposed to answer that? Oh, no. My husband and his mistress were executed for trying to murder me. Everyone around me dies. That would shake him up. He was sitting there, waiting for an answer, the smug son of a bitch. Well, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Her life was none of his business. I hate him. Alan Hamilton saw the anger in her face. He deliberately changed the subject. How's Vim? He asked. The question threw Catherine completely off guard. Vim. He's fine. Evelyn told me he's a patient of yours. Yes. Can you explain why he is like he is? Vim came to me because he kept losing jobs. He's something very rare, a genuine misanthrope. I can't go into the reasons why, but basically, he hates people. He is unable to relate to other people. Catherine remembered Evelyn's words. He has no emotions. He'll never get attached to anyone, but Vim is brilliant with mathematics, Alan Hamilton went on. He's in a job now where he can apply that knowledge. Catherine nodded. I've never known anyone like him. Alan Hamilton leaned forward in his chair. Miss Alexander, he said, what you're going through is very painful, but I think I might be able to make it easier for you. I'd like to try. I don't know, Catherine said. Everything seems so hopeless. As long as you feel that way, Alan Hamilton smiled, there's nowhere to go but up, is there? His smile was infectious. Why don't we set just one more appointment? If, at the end of that one, you still hate me, we'll call it quits. I don't hate you, Catherine said apologetically. Well, a little bit maybe. Alan Hamilton walked over to his desk and studied his calendar. His schedule was completely booked. What about Monday? He asked. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock was his lunch hour, but he was willing to forego that. Catherine Alexander was a woman carrying an unbearable burden, and he was determined to do everything he could to help her. Catherine looked at him a long moment. All right, fine, I'll see you then. He handed her a card. In the meantime, if you need me, here's my office number and my home number. I'm a light sleeper, so don't worry about waking me up. Thank you, Catherine said. Till be here Monday. Dr. Alan Hamilton watched her walk out the door and he thought, she's so vulnerable, and so beautiful. I have to be careful. He looked at the photograph on his coffee table, wonder what Angela would think. The call came in the middle of the night. Konstantin Demiris listened, and when he spoke his voice was filled with surprise. The Thiel sank. I can't believe it. It's true, Mr. Demiris. The Coast Guard found a few pieces of the wreckage. Were there any survivors? No, sir. I'm afraid not. All hands were lost. That's terrible. Does anyone know how it happened? I'm afraid we'll never know, sir. All the evidence is at the bottom of the sea. The sea, Demiris murmured, the cruel sea. Shall we go ahead and file an insurance claim? It's hard to worry about things like that when all those brave men have lost their lives, but yes, go ahead and file the claim. He would keep the vase in his private collection. Now it was time to punish his brother-in-law. Chapter 18. Spiros Lambro was in a frenzy of impatience, waiting for the news of Konstantin Demiris' arrest. He kept the radio on constantly in his office, and scanned every edition of the daily newspapers. Should have heard something by now, Lambro thought. The police should have arrested Demiris by this time. The moment Tony Rizzoli had informed Spiros that Demiris was on board the Thiel and was about to sail, Lambro had notified U.S. Customs anonymously. Of course they must have caught him by now. Why haven't the newspapers picked up the story? His intercom buzzed. Mr. Demiris is on line 2 for you. Someone is calling for Mr. Demiris. No, Mr. Lambro. Mr. Demiris himself is on the line. The words sent a chill through him. It was impossible. Nervously, Lambro picked up the phone. Costa. Spiros. Demiris' voice was jovial. How is everything going? Fine, fine. Where are you? In Athens. What about lunch today? Are you free? Lambro had an important luncheon engagement. Yes. That will be fine. Good. We'll meet at the club. 2 o'clock. Lambro replaced the receiver, his hands trembling. What in God's name could have gone wrong? Well, he would find out what had happened soon enough. Konstantin Demiris kept Spiros waiting for 30 minutes, and when he finally arrived he said brusquely, sorry I'm late. That's all right. Spiros studied Demiris carefully, looking for any signs of the recent experience he must have gone through. Nothing. I'm hungry, Demiris said cheerfully. How about you? Let's see what they have on the menu today. He scanned the menu. Ah. Streldia. Would you like to start with some oysters, Spiros? No, I don't think so. He had lost his appetite. Demiris was acting much too cheerful, and Lambro had a terrible premonition when they had ordered. Demiris said, I want to thank you, Spiros. Spiros eyed him warily. What for? What for? For sending me a good customer, Mr. Rizzoli. Lambro wet his lips. You met with him? Oh, yes. He assured me that we were going to do a lot of business together in the future. Demiris sighed, although I'm afraid Mr. Rizzoli doesn't have much of a future anymore. Spiros tensed. What do you mean? Konstantin Demiris' voice hardened. What I mean is that Tony Rizzoli is dead. How did? What happened? He had an accident, Spiros. He was looking into his brother-in-law's eyes. The way anyone who tries to double-cross me has an accident. I don't understand. You. Single quote. Don't you. You tried to destroy me. You failed. I promise you, it would have been better for you if you had succeeded. I-1 don't know what you're talking about. Don't you, Spiros? Konstantin Demiris smiled. You will very soon. But first, I'm going to destroy your sister. The oysters arrived. Ah, Demiris said, they look delicious. Enjoy your lunch. Afterward, Konstantin Demiris thought about the meeting with a feeling of deep satisfaction. Spiros Lambro was a man completely demoralized. Demiris knew how much Lambro adored his sister and Demiris intended to punish them both. But there was something he had to take care of first. Catherine Alexander. She had called him after Kirk's death, near hysteria, it's so awful. I'm so sorry, Catherine. I know how fond of Kirk you must have been. It's a terrible loss for both of us. I'm going to have to change my plans, Demirous thought. There's no time for Rufina now. Too bad. Catherine was the only remaining link to connect him with what had happened to Noel Page and Larry Douglas. It was a mistake to let her live this long. As long as she was alive, someone would be able to prove what Demirous had done. But with her dead, he would be perfectly safe. He picked up a telephone on his desk and dialed a number. When a voice answered, Demirous said, "I'll be in Kowloon Monday, be there." He hung up without waiting for a response. The two men met in a deserted building that Demirous owned in the walled city. It must look like an accident. "Can you arrange that?" Konstantin Demirous asked. It was an insult. He could feel the anger rising in him. That was a question you asked some amateur you picked up from the streets. He was tempted to reply with sarcasm, "Oh, I think I can manage that." "Would you prefer an accident indoors?" Lean arranged for her to break her neck falling down a flight of stairs. The dancer in Marseille. Or she could get drunk and drown in her bath. The heiress in Gstaad. She could take an overdose of heroin. He had disposed of 3 that way. Or she could fall asleep in bed with a lighted cigarette. The Swedish detective at L+ telephone on the left bank in Paris. Or perhaps you would prefer something outdoors. I can arrange a traffic accident, a plane crash, or a disappearance at sea. But he said none of those things, for in truth, he was afraid of the man seated across from him. He had heard too many chilling stories about him, and he had reason to believe them, so all he said was, "Yes sir, I can arrange an accident. No one will ever know." Even as he said the words, the thought struck him, he knows that I'll know. He waited. He could hear the street noises outside the window, and the shrill and raucous polyglot of languages that belonged to the residents of the walled city. Demirous was studying him with cold, obsidian eyes. When he finally spoke, he said, "Very well. I will leave the method to you." "Yes, sir. Is the target here in Kowloon?" "London. Her name is Catherine. Catherine Alexander. She works in my London offices. It would help if I could get an introduction to her. An inside track." Demirous thought for a moment. "I'm sending a delegation of executives to London next week. I'll arrange for you to be in the party." He leaned forward and said quietly, "One thing more." "Yes, sir. I don't want anyone to be able to identify her body." Chapter 19. Konstantin Demirous was calling. "Good morning, Catherine. How are you feeling today?" "Fine, thank you, Costa. You are feeling better?" "Yes. Good. I'm very pleased to hear that. I'm sending a delegation of our company executives to London to study our operation there. I would appreciate it if you would take them in hand and look after them. Till be happy to." "When will they be arriving?" "Tomorrow morning. Till do everything I can. I know I can count on you." "Thank you, Catherine. You're welcome. Goodbye, Catherine." The connection was broken. So, that was done. Konstantin Demirous sat back in his chair thinking. With Catherine Alexander gone, there would be no more loose ends. Now he could turn his full attention to his wife and her brother. "We're having company tonight. Some executives from the office. I want you to act as hostess." It had been so long since she had been a hostess for her husband. Melina felt elated, excited. Perhaps this will change things. The dinner that evening changed nothing. 3 men arrived, dined and left. The dinner was a blur. Melina was perfunctorily introduced to the men and sat there while her husband charmed them. She had almost forgotten how charismatic Costa old be. He told amusing stories and gave them lavish compliments, and they loved it. They were in the presence of a great man, and they showed that they were aware of it. Melina never got a chance to speak. Every time she started to say something, Costa interrupted, until finally she sat there in silence. "Why did he want me here?" Melina wondered. At the end of the evening, as the men were leaving, Demirous said, "You'll be flying to London early in the morning. I'm sure you'll take care of everything that needs to be done." And they were gone. The delegation arrived in London the following morning. There were 3 of them, all of different nationalities. The American, Jerry Haley, was a tall, muscular man with a friendly, open face and slate-gray eyes. He had the largest hands Catherine had ever seen. She was fascinated by them. They seemed to have a life of their own, constantly in motion, twisting and turning, as though eager to have something to do. The Frenchman, Yves Renard, was a sharp contrast. He was short and stout. His features were pinched, and he had cold, probing eyes that seemed to see through Catherine. He appeared withdrawn and self-contained. Wary was the word that came to Catherine's mind. But wary of what? Catherine wondered. The third member of the delegation was Dino Matusi. He was Italian, friendly and ingratiating, exuding charm through every pore. Mr. Demiris thinks highly of you, Matusi said. That's very flattering. He said you are going to take care of us in London. Look, I brought you a little gift. He handed Catherine a package with an Hermes label on it. Inside was a beautiful silk scarf. Thank you, Catherine said. That's very thoughtful of you. She looked at the others. Let me show you to your offices. Behind them was a loud crash. They all turned. A young boy stood there, staring in dismay at a package he had dropped. He was carrying 3 suitcases. The boy looked about 15 and was small for his age. He had curly brown hair and bright green eyes, and he was fragile looking. For Christ's sake, Renard snapped. Be careful with those things. I'm sorry, the boy said nervously. Excuse me, where shall I put the suitcases? Renard said impatiently, put them anywhere. We'll get them later. Catherine looked at the boy inquiringly. Evelyn explained, he quit his job as an office boy in Athens. We needed another office boy here. What's your name? Catherine asked. Atanas Stavich, ma'am. He was near tears. All right, Atanas. There's a room in back where you can put the suitcases. I'll see that they're taken care of. The boy said gratefully, thank you, ma'am. Catherine turned back to the men. Mr. Demiris said that you'll be studying our operation here. I'll help you in every way I can if there is anything at all you need. I'll try to arrange it for you now. If you gentlemen will come with me, I'll introduce you to Vim and the rest of the staff. As they walked down the corridor, Catherine stopped to make the introductions. They reached Vim's office. Vim, this is the delegation Mr. Demiris sent. This is Yves Renard, Dino Matusi and Jerry Haley. They just arrived from Greece. Vim glared at them. Greece has a population of only 7,630,000. The men looked at one another, puzzled. Catherine smiled to herself. They were having exactly the same reaction to Vim that she had had when she first met him. I've had your offices prepared, Catherine said to the men. Would you like to follow me? When they were out in the corridor, Jerry Haley asked, what the hell was that? Someone said he was important around here. He is, Catherine assured him. Vim keeps track of the finances of all the various divisions. I wouldn't let him keep track of my cat, Haley snorted. When you get to know him better. I do not wish to get to know him better, the Frenchman muttered. I've arranged your hotels for you, Catherine told the group. I understand each of you wants to stay in a different hotel. That's right, Matusi replied. Catherine started to make a comment, then decided not to. It was none of her business why they had chosen to stay at different hotels. He watched Catherine, thinking, she's much prettier than I expected. That will make it more interesting. And she has suffered pain. I can read it in her eyes. I will teach her how exquisite pain can be. We will enjoy it together. And when I have finished with her, I will send her where there is no more pain. She will go to the maker or the baker. I'm going to enjoy this. I am going to enjoy this very much. Catherine showed the men to their respective offices, and when they were settled in, she started to return to her own desk. From the corridor she heard the Frenchman yelling at the young boy. This is the wrong briefcase, stupid. Mine is the brown one. Brown. Do you understand English? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. His voice was filled with panic. I'm going to have to do something about this, Catherine J.S. thought. Evelyn K. said, if you need any help with this group, I'm here. I appreciate it, Evelyn. I'll let you know. A few minutes later, Atanas Stavich walked past Catherine's office. She called out, would you come in here a moment, please? The boy looked at her with a frightened expression. Yes, ma'am. He walked in looking as though he expected to be whipped. Close the door, please. Yes, ma'am. Take a chair, Atanas. It is Atanas, isn't it? Yes, ma'am. She was trying to put him at ease, and was not succeeding. There's nothing to be frightened of. No, ma'am. Catherine sat there studying him, wondering what terrible things had been done to him to make him so fearful. She decided she was going to have to try to learn more about his past. Atanas, if anyone here gives you any trouble, or is mean to you, I want you to come to me. Do you understand? He swallowed. Yes, ma'am. But she wondered if he would have nerve enough to come to her. Someone, somewhere, had broken his spirit. We'll talk later, Catherine said. The resumes of the delegation showed that they had worked in various divisions of Constantine Demira's far-flung empire, so they had all had experience within the organization. The one who puzzled Catherine the most was the amiable Italian, Dino Matteucci. He bombarded Catherine with questions to which he should have known the answers, and he did not seem terribly interested in learning about the London operation. In fact, he seemed less interested in the company than in Catherine's personal life. Are you married? Matteucci asked. No. But you have been married. Yes. Divorced. She wanted to end the conversation. TM a widow. Matteucci grinned at her. I'll bet you have a friend. You know what I mean. I know what you mean, Catherine said stiffly. And it's none of your business. Are you married? See. I have a wife and 4 beautiful bambini. They miss me so much when I am away from home. Do you travel a great deal, Mr. Matteucci? He looked hurt. Dino. Mr. Matteucci is my father. Yes, I travel a great deal. He smiled at Catherine and lowered his voice. But sometimes traveling can bring some extra pleasures, you know what I mean. Catherine returned his smile. No. At 12:15 that afternoon, Catherine left to keep her appointment with Dr. Hamilton. To her surprise, she found herself looking forward to it. She remembered how upset she had been the last time she had gone to see him. This time, she walked into his office filled with a sense of anticipation. The receptionist had gone to lunch and the door to the doctor's office was open. Alan Hamilton was waiting for her. Come in, he greeted her. Catherine walked into the office and he indicated a chair. Well. Did you have a good week? Was it a good week? Not really. She had been unable to get Kirk Reynolds' death out of her mind. It was all right. I-1 keep busy. That's very helpful. How long have you worked for Constantine Demira's? 4 months. Do you enjoy your work? It keeps my mind off of things. I owe a lot to Mr. Demira's. I can't tell you how much he's done for me. Catherine smiled ruefully. But I guess I will, won't I? Alan Hamilton shook his head. You'll tell me only what you want to tell me. There was a silence. She finally broke it. My husband used to work for Mr. Demira's. He was his pilot. I had a boating accident and I lost my memory. When I regained it, Mr. Demira's offered me this job. I'm leaving out the pain and the terror. Am I ashamed to tell him my husband tried to murder me? Is it because I'm afraid he'll think me less worthwhile? It isn't easy for any of us to talk about our pasts. Catherine looked at him, silent. You said you lost your memory. Yes. You had a boating accident. Yes. Catherine's lips were stiff, as though she were determined to tell him as little as possible. She was torn with a terrible conflict. She wanted to tell him everything, and get his help. She wanted to tell him nothing, to be left alone. Alan Hamilton was studying her thoughtfully. Are you divorced? Yes. By a firing squad. My husband died. Miss Alexander. He hesitated. Do you mind if I call you Catherine? No. I'm Alan. Catherine, what are you afraid of? She stiffened. What makes you think I'm afraid? Aren't you? No. This time the silence was longer. She was afraid to put it into words, afraid to bring the reality out into the open. People around me seemed to die. If he was taken aback, he did not show it. And you believe that you're the cause of their deaths? Yes. No. I don't know. I'm confused. We often blame ourselves for things that happen to other people. If a husband and wife get a divorce, the children think they're responsible. If someone curses a person and that person dies, he thinks he was the cause of it. That kind of belief is not at all unusual. It's more than that. Is it? He watched her, ready to listen. The words poured out. My husband was killed, and his mistress. The 2 lawyers who defended them died. And now. Her voice broke. Kirk. And you think you're responsible for all those deaths? That's a tremendous burden to carry around, isn't it? I seem to be some kind of bad luck charm. I'm afraid to have a relationship with another man. I don't think I could stand it if anything. Catherine, do you know whose life you're responsible for? Yours. No one else's. It's impossible for you to control anyone else's life and death. You're innocent. You had nothing to do with any of those deaths. You must understand that. You're innocent. You had nothing to do with any of those deaths. And Catherine sat there thinking about those words. She wanted desperately to believe them. Those people died because of their actions, not because of hers. And as for Kirk, it was an unfortunate accident. Wasn't it? Alan Hamilton was quietly watching her. Catherine looked up and thought, he's a decent man. Another thought came unbidden into her mind. Wish I had met him earlier. Guiltily, Catherine glanced at the framed photograph of Alan's wife and child on the coffee table. Thank you, Catherine said. I'm going to try to believe that. I'll have to get used to the idea. Alan Hamilton smiled. We'll get used to it together. Are you coming back? What? This was a trial run, remember? You were going to decide whether you wanted to go on with this. Catherine did not hesitate. Yes, I'll be back, Alan. When she had gone, Alan Hamilton sat there thinking about her. He had treated many attractive patients during the years he had been practicing, and some of them had indicated a sexual interest in him. But he was too good a psychiatrist to allow himself to be tempted. A personal relationship with a patient was one of the first taboos of his profession. It would have been a betrayal. Dr. Alan Hamilton came from a medical background. His father was a surgeon who had married his nurse, and Alan's grandfather had been a famous cardiologist. From the time he was a small boy, Alan knew that he wanted to be a doctor. A surgeon like his father. He had attended medical school at King's College, and after graduation, had gone on to study surgery. He had a natural flair for it, a skill that could not be taught. And then, on the 1st of September 1939, the army of the Third Reich had marched across the border of Poland, and 2 days later Britain and France declared war. The Second World War had begun. Alan Hamilton had enlisted as a surgeon on the 22nd of June 1940, after the Axis forces had conquered Poland, Norway, and the Low Countries. France fell, and the brunt of the war fell on the British Isles. At first, 100 planes a day dropped bombs on British cities. Soon it was 200 planes, then 1,000. The carnage was beyond imagination. The wounded and dying were everywhere. The cities were in flames. But Hitler had badly misjudged the British. The attacks only served to strengthen their resolve. They were ready to die for their freedom. There was no respite day or night, and Alan Hamilton found himself going without sleep for stretches that sometimes lasted as long as 60 hours. When the emergency hospital he worked in was bombed, he moved his patients to a warehouse. He saved countless lives, working under the most hazardous conditions possible. In October, when the bombing was at its height, the air raid sirens had sounded, and people were making for the air raid shelters below ground. Alan was in the middle of surgery, and he refused to leave his patient. The bombs were coming closer. A doctor working with Alan said, "Let's get the hell out of here." In a minute, he had the patient's chest open and was removing bloody pieces of shrapnel. Alan. But he could not leave. He was concentrating on what he was doing, oblivious to the sound of the bombs falling all around him. He never heard the sound of the bomb that fell on the building. He was in a coma for 6 days, and when he awakened, he learned that among his other injuries, the bones of his right hand had been crushed. They had been set and looked normal, but he would never operate again. It took him almost a year to get over the trauma of having his future destroyed. He was under the care of a psychiatrist, a no-nonsense doctor who said, "It's about time you stopped feeling sorry for yourself and got on with your life." Doing what? Alan had asked bitterly. What you've been doing, only in a different way. I don't understand. You're a healer, Alan. You heal people's bodies. Well, you can't do that anymore. But it's just as important to heal people's minds. You'd make a good psychiatrist. You're intelligent and you have compassion. Think about it. It had turned out to be one of the most rewarding decisions he had ever made. He enjoyed what he was doing tremendously. In a sense, he found it even more satisfying to bring patients who were living in despair back to normal, than to minister to their physical welfare. His reputation had grown quickly, and for the past 3 years, he had been forced to turn new patients away. He had agreed to see Catherine only so that he could recommend another doctor to her. But something about her had touched him. Must help her. When Catherine returned to her office, after her session with Alan Hamilton, she went in to see Vim. "I saw Dr. Hamilton today," Catherine said. "Yeah." In psychiatric social readjustment, the rating scale for death of a spouse is 100, divorce 73, marital separation from mate 65, detention in jail 63, death of a close family member 63, personal injury or illness 53, marriage 50, being fired at work 47. Single quote. Catherine stood there listening. What must it be like, she wondered, to think of things only in mathematical terms. Never to know another person as a human being, never to have a real friend. I feel as though I've found a new friend, Catherine thought. Wonder how long he's been married. Chapter 20 Athens, you tried to destroy me. You failed. I promise you it would have been better for you if you had succeeded. But first I'm going to destroy your sister Constantine. Demirous words were still ringing in Lambros' ears. He had no doubt that Demirous would try to carry out his threat. What in God's name could have gone wrong with Rizzoli? Everything had been so carefully planned. But there was no time to speculate on what had happened. The important thing now was to warn his sister. Lambros' secretary walked into the office. Your 10 o'clock appointment is waiting. Shall I send? ? Single quote. No. Cancel all my appointments. I won't be back this morning. He picked up a telephone and 5 minutes later he was on his way to see Melina. She was waiting for him in the garden of the villa, Spiros. You sounded so upset on the phone. What's wrong? We have to talk. He led her to a bench in a vine-covered gazebo. He sat there looking at her and thought, what a lovely woman she is. She's always brought happiness to everyone her life has touched. She's done nothing to deserve this. Aren't you going to tell me what's wrong? Lambro took a deep breath. This is going to be very painful, darling. You're beginning to alarm me. I mean to. Your life is in danger. What? In danger from whom? He measured his words carefully. I think Costa is going to try to kill you. Melina was staring at him, open-mouthed. You're joking. No, I mean it, Melina. Darling, Costa is a lot of things, but he's not a murderer. He couldn't. You're wrong. He's killed before. Her face had gone pale. What are you saying? Oh, he doesn't do it with his bare hands. He hires people to do it for him, but… Single quote. I don't believe you. Do you remember Catherine Douglas? The woman who was murdered. Single quote. She wasn't murdered. She's alive. Melina shook her head. She couldn't be. I mean they executed the people who killed her. Lambro took his sister's hand in his. Melina, Larry Douglas and Noel Page didn't kill Catherine. All the time the trial was going on, Demirous had her hidden away. Melina sat there stunned, speechless, remembering the woman she had caught a glimpse of at the house. Who is the woman I saw in the hall? She's a friend of a business associate. She's going to work for me in London. I caught a glimpse of her. She reminds me of someone. She reminds me of the wife of the pilot who used to work for you. But that's impossible, of course. They murdered her. Yes, they murdered her. She found her voice. I saw her at the house, Spiros. Costa lied to me about her. He's insane. I want you to pack up and get out of this place. She looked at him and said slowly, no, this is my home. Melina, I couldn't bear it if anything happened to you. There was steel in her voice. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Costa is no fool. He knows that if he did anything to harm me he would have to pay dearly for it. He's your husband, but you don't know him. I'm afraid for you. I can handle him, Spiros. He looked at her and knew that there was no way he could persuade her to change her mind. If you won't leave, do me a favor. Promise you won't be alone with him. She patted her brother's cheek. I promise. Melina had no intention of keeping that promise. When Constantine Demirous arrived home that evening, Melina was waiting for him. He nodded to her and walked past her into his bedroom. Melina followed him. I think it's time we had a talk, Melina said. Demirous looked at his watch. I only have a few minutes. I have an engagement. Have you? Are you planning to murder someone else tonight? He turned to her. What are you raving about? Spiros came by to see me this morning. I'm going to have to warn your brother to stay away from my house. It's my house, too, Melina said defiantly. We had a very interesting chat. Really? About what? About you and Catherine Douglas and Noel Page. She had his full attention now. That's ancient history. Is it? Spiros says you sent 2 innocent people to their deaths, Costa. Spiros is a fool. I saw the girl here, in this house. No one will believe you. You won't see her again. I've sent someone to get rid of her. And Melina suddenly remembered the 3 men who had come to dinner. You'll be flying to London early in the morning. I'm sure you'll take care of everything that needs to be done. He moved closer to Melina and said softly, you know, I'm really getting quite fed up with you and your brother. He took her arm and squeezed it hard. Spiros tried to ruin me. He should have killed me instead. He squeezed harder. Both of you are going to wish he had. Stop it, you're hurting me. My dear wife, you don't know what pain is yet. But you will. He let go of her arm. I'm getting a divorce. I want a real woman, but I won't be out of your life. Oh, no. I have some wonderful plans for you and your dear brother. Well, we've had our little talk. If you'll excuse me, I'll go in and change. It's not polite to keep a lady waiting. He turned and walked into his dressing room. Melina stood there, her heart pounding. Spiros was right. He's a madman. She felt completely helpless, but she wasn't afraid for her own life. What do I have to live for? Melina thought bitterly. Her husband had stripped her of all dignity and brought her down to his level. She thought of all the times he had humiliated her, abused her in public. She knew that she was an object of pity among her friends. No, she was no longer concerned about herself. I'm ready to die, she thought, but I can't let him harm Spiros. And yet what could she do to stop him? Spiros was powerful, but her husband was more powerful. Melina knew with a terrible certainty that if she let him, her husband would carry out his threat. Must stop him somehow. But how? How? Chapter 21. The delegation of executives from Athens was keeping Catherine busy. She set up meetings for them with other company executives and took them through the London operation. They marveled at her efficiency. She was knowledgeable about every phase of the business, and they were impressed. Catherine's days were full, and the distractions kept her mind off her own problems. She got to know each of the men a little better. Jerry Haley was the black sheep of his family. His father had been a wealthy oil man, and his grandfather a respected judge. By the time Jerry Haley was 21, he had served 3 years in juvenile detention centers for auto theft, breaking and entering, and rape. His family had finally sent him to Europe to get rid of him. But I straightened myself out, Haley told Catherine proudly. Turned over a whole new leaf. Yves Renard was a bitter man. Catherine learned that his parents had given him up and he had been brought up by distant relatives who abused him. They had a farm near Vichy, and they worked me like a dog from sunup to sunset. I escaped from there when I was 15 and went to work in Paris. The cheerful Italian, Dino Matusi, was born in Sicily, to middle-class parents. When I was 16, I caused a big scandal by running away with a married woman 10 years older than me. Ah, she was bellissimas. What happened? Catherine asked. He sighed. They brought me home and then sent me to Rome to escape the wrath of the woman's husband. Catherine smiled. I see. When did you go to work for Mr. Demir's company? He said evasively. Later. I did many things first. You know, odd jobs. Anything to make a living. And then you met your wife. He looked into Catherine's eyes and said, my wife is not here. He watched her, talked to her, listened to the sound of her voice, smelled her perfume. He wanted to know everything about her. He liked the way she moved and he wondered what her body was like under her dress. He would know soon. Very soon. He could hardly wait. Jerry Haley walked into Catherine's office. Do you like the theater, Catherine? Why, yes. Single quote. There's a new musical that's opened. Pinion's Rainbow. I'd like to see it tonight. Till be happy to arrange a ticket for you. It wouldn't be much fun going alone, would it? Are you free? Catherine hesitated. Yes. She found herself staring at his enormous, restless hands. Great. Pick me up at my hotel at 7 o'clock. It was an order. He turned and walked out of the office. It was strange, Catherine thought. He seemed so friendly and open, and yet. I straightened myself out. She could not get the image of those huge hands out of her mind. Jerry Haley was waiting in the lobby of the Savoy Hotel for Catherine and they drove to the theater in a company limousine. London's a great city, Jerry Haley said. I always enjoy coming back to it. Have you been here long? A few months. 1 foot you from the States originally. Yes. Chicago. Now there's a great town. I've had some good times there. Raping women. They arrived at the theater and joined the crowd. The show was wonderful and the cast excellent, but Catherine was unable to concentrate. Jerry Haley kept drumming his fingers on the side 11 of the chair, on his lap, on his knees. He was unable to keep his huge hands still. When the play was over, Haley turned to Catherine and said, "It's such a beautiful night. Why don't we get rid of the car and I go for a walk in Hyde Park?" "I have to be at the office early in the morning," Catherine said. "Perhaps some other time." Haley studied her, an enigmatic smile on his face. "Sure," He said. There's plenty of time. Yves Renard was interested in museums. Of course, the Frenchman said to Catherine, in Paris we have the greatest museum in the world. Have you been to the Louvre? No, Catherine said. I've never been to Paris. That's a pity. You should go one day. But, even as he said it, he thought to himself, no she won't. I would like to see the museums in London. Perhaps on Saturday we could visit some of them. Catherine had planned to catch up on some of her office work on Saturday. But Constantine Demiris had asked her to see that the visitors were taken care of. All right, she said. Saturday will be fine. Catherine was not looking forward to spending a day with the Frenchman. He's so bitter. He acts like he's still being abused. The day started out pleasantly enough. They went first to the British Museum where they wandered through galleries filled with magnificent treasures of the past. They saw a copy of the Magna Carta, a proclamation signed by Elizabeth I, and treaties of battles fought centuries earlier. Something about Yves Renard was bothering Catherine, and it was not until they had been at the museum for almost an hour that she realized what it was they were looking at: a case containing a document written by Admiral Nelson. I think this is one of the most interesting exhibits here, Catherine said. This was written just before Admiral Nelson went into battle. You see, he wasn't sure he had the authority. Single quote. And she was suddenly conscious of the fact that Yves Renard was not listening. Realization swept over her. He had paid almost no attention to any of the displays in the museum. He was not interested. Then why did he tell me he wanted to see museums? Catherine wondered. They went to the Victoria and Albert Museum next and the experience was repeated. This time, Catherine was watching him closely. Yves Renard went from room to room paying lip service to what they were seeing, but his mind was obviously somewhere else. When they were finished, Catherine asked, "Would you like to see Westminster Abbey?" Yves Renard nodded. Yes, of course. They walked through the great abbey, stopping to look at the tombstones of the famous men of history who were buried there, poets and statesmen and kings. Look, Catherine said, this is where Browning is buried. Renard glanced down. Ah, Browning. And then he moved on. Catherine stood there looking after him. What is he looking for? Why is he wasting this day? When they were on the way back to the hotel, Yves Renard said, "Thank you, Miss Alexander. I enjoyed that very much." He's lying, Catherine thought. But why? There's a place that I've heard is very interesting. Stonehenge, I believe it's on Salisbury Plain. Yes, Catherine said, why don't we visit it, next Saturday perhaps? Catherine wondered whether he would find Stonehenge any more interesting than the museums. That would be fine, Catherine said. Dino Matussi was a gourmet. He walked into Catherine's office with a guidebook. I have a list of the greatest restaurants in London here. Interested? Well, Good. Tonight I am taking you to dine at the Connaught. Catherine said. Tonight I have too. Single quote. No excuses. I will pick you up at 8 o'clock. Catherine hesitated. Very well. Matussi beamed. Benef. He leaned forward. It is no fun doing things alone, is it? His meaning was unmistakable. But he's so obvious, Catherine thought, that he's really quite harmless. The dinner at the Connaught was delicious. They dined on Scottish smoked salmon, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Over the salad, Dino Matussi said, I find you fascinating, Catherine. I love American women. Oh, is your wife American? Catherine asked innocently. Matussi shrugged. No, she is Italian. But she's very understanding. That must be nice for you, Catherine said. He smiled. It is, very nice. It was not until they were having dessert that Dino Matussi said. Do you like the country? I have a friend who has a car. I thought we might go for a drive on Sunday. Catherine started to say no, and then she suddenly thought of Vim. He seemed so lonely. Perhaps he would enjoy going out for a drive in the country. It sounds like fun, Catherine said. I promise you it will be interesting. I wonder if I might bring Vim. He shook his head. It's a small car. I'll make the arrangements. The visitors from Athens were demanding and Catherine found that she had very little time for herself. Haley, Renard and Matussi had had several meetings with Wim Vandeen, and Catherine was amused at how their attitudes had changed. He does all this without a calculator. Haley marveled. That's right. I've never seen anything like it. Catherine was impressed with Atanas Stavich. The young boy was the hardest worker she had ever seen. He was at the office when Catherine arrived in the morning, and he was there after everyone else had left. He was always smiling and eager to please. He reminded Catherine of a trembling puppy. Somewhere in his past, someone had badly mistreated him. Catherine resolved to talk to Alan Hamilton about Atanas. There has to be some way to build his self-confidence, Catherine thought. I'm sure Alan could help him. You know the boy is in love with you, don't you? Evelyn said one day. What are you talking about? Atanas. Haven't you seen that adoring look in his eyes? He follows you round like a lost sheep. Catherine laughed. You're imagining things. On an impulse, Catherine invited Atanas to lunch. In a restaurant. Catherine smiled. Yes, of course. His face flushed. I don't know, Miss Alexander. He looked down at his ill-fitting clothes. You would be ashamed for people to see -1/2 me with you. I don't judge people by their clothes, Catherine said firmly. Till make a reservation. She took Atanas to lunch at Lyon's Corner House. He sat across from her, awed by his surroundings. I've never been in a place like this. It is so beautiful. Catherine was touched. I want you to order anything you want. He studied the menu and shook his head. Everything is too expensive. Catherine smiled. Don't worry about it. You and I are working for a very wealthy man. I'm sure he would want us to have a good lunch. She did not tell him that she was paying for it. Atanas ordered a shrimp cocktail and a salad, and a chicken roast with fried potatoes, and he finished off his lunch with chocolate cake with ice cream. Catherine watched him eat in amazement. He had such a small frame. Where do you put it all? Atanas said shyly, I never gain weight. Do you like London, Atanas? He nodded. What I've seen of it, I like very much. You worked as an office boy in Athens. He nodded. For Mr. Demiris. There was a note of bitterness in his voice. Didn't you enjoy it? Forgive me, it is not my place to say it, but I do not think Mr. Demiris is a nice man. I do not like him. The young boy glanced around quickly as though he might have been overheard. He never mind. Catherine thought it best not to pursue it further. What made you decide to come to London, Atanas? Atanas said something so softly that Catherine could not hear him. I beg your pardon. I want to be a doctor. She looked at him, curious. A doctor? Yes, ma'am. I know it sounds foolish. He hesitated, then went on. My family comes from Macedonia, and all my life I have heard stories about the Turks coming into our village and killing and torturing our people. There were no doctors to help the wounded. Now, the village is gone and my family was wiped out. But there are still many wounded people in the world. I want to help them. He lowered his eyes, embarrassed. You must think I'm crazy. No, Catherine said quietly. I think that's wonderful. So you came to London to study medicine? Yes, ma'am. I'm going to work days and go to school nights. I'm going to become a doctor. There was a ring of determination in his voice. Catherine nodded. I believe you will. You and I are going to talk more about it. I have a friend who might be able to help you. And I know a wonderful restaurant where we can have lunch next week. At midnight, a bomb exploded in Spiro's Lambros villa. The blast tore out the front of the house and killed 2 servants. Spiro's Lambros bedroom was destroyed, and the only reason he survived was because at the last moment he and his wife had changed their plans and decided to attend a dinner party given by the mayor of Athens. The following morning, a note was sent to his office reading, Death to Capitalists. It was signed, the Hellenic Revolutionary Party. Why would they do a thing like this to you? Asked a horrified Melina. They didn't, Spiros said bluntly. It was Costa. You have no proof of that. I don't need any proof. Don't you understand yet what you are married to? I-1 don't know what to think. Melina, as long as that man is alive, we are both in danger. He will stop at nothing. Can't you go to the police? You said it yourself. I have no proof. They would laugh at me. He took her, hands in his. I want you to get out of there, please. Go as far away as you can. She stood there for a long time. When she finally spoke, it was as though she had reached a decision of great importance. All right, Spiros. I will do what I must. He hugged her. Good. And don't worry. We'll find some way to stop him. Melina sat in her bedroom alone during the long afternoon, her mind trying to take in what was happening. So, her husband had really meant his threat to destroy her and her brother. She could not let him go through with it. And if their lives were in danger, so was the life of Catherine Douglas. She's going to work for Costa in London. I will warn her, Melina thought. But I must do more than that. I must destroy Costa. I must stop him from harming anyone else. But how? And then, the answer came to her. Of course, she thought. It's the only way. Why didn't I think of it before? Chapter 22 Confidential File Transcript of Session with Catherine Douglas. I'm sorry I'm late, Alan. There was a last-minute meeting at the office. No problem. The delegation from Athens is still in London. Yes. They're planning to leave at the end of next week. You sound relieved. Have they been difficult? Not difficult exactly, I just have a strange feeling about them. Strange? It's hard to explain. I know it sounds silly, but there's something odd about all of them. Have they done anything to? No. They just make me uneasy. Last night, I had that nightmare again. The dream that someone was trying to drown you. Yes. I haven't had that dream in a while. And this time it was different. In what way? It was more real. And it didn't end where it had ended before. You went past the point where someone was trying to drown you. Yes. They were trying to drown me and then suddenly I was in a safe place. The convent. I'm not sure. It could have been. It was a garden. And a man came to see me. I think I dreamed something like that before, but this time one could see his face. Did you recognize him? Yes. It was Constantine Demiris. So, in your dream? Alan, it wasn't just a dream. It was a real memory. I suddenly remembered that Constantine Demiris gave me the gold pin I have. You believe that your subconscious dredged up something that really happened? You're sure it wasn't? I know it. Constantine Demiris gave me that pin at the convent. You said you were rescued from the lake by some nuns who took you to the convent. That's right. Catherine, did anyone else know you were at the convent? No. I don't think so. Then how could Constantine Demiris have known you were there? I don't know. I just know that it happened. I woke up frightened. It was as though the dream were some kind of warning. I feel something terrible is going to happen. Nightmares can have that effect on us. The nightmare is one of man's oldest enemies. The word goes back to the Middle English, nit, or night, and mare, or goblin. The old superstition is that it prefers to ride after 4 and you don't think they have any real meaning? Sometimes they do. Coleridge wrote, "Dreams are no shadows, but the very substances and calamities of my life." I'm probably taking all this too seriously. Other than my crazy dreams, I'm fine. Oh, there's someone I would like to talk to you about, Alan. Yes. His name is Atanas Stavich. He's a young boy who came to London to study medicine. He's had a rough life. I thought that perhaps one day you could meet him and give him some advice. I would be happy to. Why are you frowning? I just remembered something. Yes. It sounds crazy. Our subconscious doesn't distinguish between crazy and sane. In my dream, when Mr. Demiris handed me the gold pin. Yes. I heard a voice say, "He's going to kill you." It must look like an accident. One don't want anyone to be able to identify her body. There were many ways to kill her. He would have to begin making arrangements. He lay on his bed thinking about them and found that he was getting an erection. Death was the ultimate orgasm. Finally, he knew how he was going to do it. It was so simple. There would be no body left to identify. Constantine Demiris would be pleased. Chapter 23 Constantine Demiris Beach House was located 3 miles north of Piraeus on an acre of waterfront property. Demiris arrived at 7 p.m. He pulled up in the driveway, opened the car door, and started toward the beach house. As he reached it, the door was opened by a man he did not recognize. "Good evening, Mr. Demiris." Inside, Demiris could see half a dozen police officers. "What's going on here?" Demiris demanded. "I'm Police Lieutenant Theophilos. Demiris pushed him aside and walked into the living room. It was a shambles. A terrible struggle had obviously taken place. Chairs and tables were overturned. One of Melina's dresses was lying on the floor, torn. Demiris picked it up and stared at it. "Where's my wife? I was supposed to meet her here." The police lieutenant said, "She's not here. We've searched the house and we've looked up and down the beach. It looks like the house has been burgled." "Well, where's Melina? Did she call you? Was she here?" "Yes, we think she was here, sir." He held up a lady's wristwatch. The crystal had been smashed and the hands had stopped at 3 o'clock. Is this your wife's watch? It looks like it. On the back is engraved, to Melina with love, Costa. Then it is. It was a birthday present. Detective Theophilos pointed to some spots on the rug. Those are bloodstains. He picked up a knife lying on the floor, careful not to touch the handle. The blade was covered with blood. Have you ever seen this knife before, sir? Demurus gave it a brief glance. No. Are you saying she's dead? It's certainly a possibility, sir. We found drops of blood on the sand leading down to the water. My God, Demurus said, luckily for us, there are some clear fingerprints on the knife. Demurus sat down heavily. Then you'll catch whoever did it. We will if his fingerprints are on file. There are fingerprints all over the house. We have to sort them out. If you don't mind giving us your fingerprints, Mr. Demurus, we can eliminate those right away. Demurus hesitated. Yes, of course. The sergeant right over there can take care of it. Demurus walked over to a uniformed policeman who had a fingerprint pad. If you'll just place your fingers right here, sir. A moment later, it was done. You understand it's just a formality. I understand. Lieutenant Theophilos handed Demurus a small business card. Would you know anything about this, Mr. Demurus? Demurus looked at the card. It read, Catalanos Detective Agency Private Investigations. He handed the card back. No. Does it have any significance? I don't know. We're checking into it. Naturally, I want you to do everything you can to find out who's responsible. And let me know if you get word of my wife. Lieutenant Theophilos looked at him and nodded. Don't worry, sir. We will. Melina. The golden girl, attractive and bright and amusing. It had been so wonderful in the beginning. And then she had murdered their son, and for that there could never be forgiveness. Only her death. The call came in at noon the following day. Constantine Demurus was in the middle of a conference when his secretary buzzed him. Excuse me, Mr. Demurus. Single quote. I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. Yes, sir, but there's an Inspector Lavanos on the phone. He says it's urgent. Do you want me to tell him too? No. I'll take it. Demurus turned to the men sitting around the conference table. Excuse me a moment, gentlemen. He picked up the receiver. Demurus. A voice said, this is Chief Inspector Lavanos, Mr. Demurus, at Central Station. We have some information we think you might be interested in. I wondered whether it would be convenient for you to come down to police headquarters. You have news of my wife. I would prefer not to discuss it over the telephone, if you don't mind. Demurus hesitated for only a moment. Tilby right down. He replaced the receiver and turned to the others. Something urgent has come up. Why don't you go on into the dining room and discuss my proposal and I'll be back in time to join you for lunch. There was a general murmur of agreement. 5 minutes later, Demurus was on his way to police headquarters. There were half a dozen men waiting for him in the office of the police commissioner. Demurus recognized the policeman he had already seen at the beach house. And this is Special Prosecutor Delma. Delma was a short, stocky man, with heavy eyebrows, a round face and cynical eyes. What's happened? Demurus demanded. Do you have some news of my wife? The chief inspector said, to be perfectly frank, Mr. Demurus, we have come across some things that puzzle us. We hoped you might be able to help us. I'm afraid there's very little I can do to help you. This whole thing is so shocking. Single quote. You had an appointment to meet your wife at the beach house around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. What? No. Mrs. Demurus telephoned and asked me to meet her there at 7 o'clock. Prosecutor Delma said smoothly, now, that's one of the things that's puzzling us. A maid at your home told us that you telephoned your wife about 2 o'clock and asked her to go to the beach house alone and wait for you. Demurus frowned. She's confused. My wife telephoned me and asked me to meet her there at 7 o'clock last night. I see. So the maid was mistaken. Obviously. Do you know what reason your wife might have had for asking you to go to the beach house? I suppose she wanted to try to talk me out of divorcing her. You had told your wife you were going to divorce her. Yes. The maid says she overheard a telephone conversation during which Mrs. Demurus told you she was going to divorce you. I don't give a damn what the maid said. You'll have to take my word for it. Mr. Demurus, do you keep swimming trunks at the beach house? The chief inspector asked. At the beach house. No. I gave up swimming in the sea years ago. I use the pool at the town house. The chief inspector opened a desk drawer and took out a pair of swim trunks in a plastic bag. He removed them and held them up for Demirous to see. Are these your trunks, Mr. Demirous? They could be mine, I suppose. They have your initials on them. Yes, I think I recognize them. They are mine. We found them at the bottom of a closet in the beach house. So, they were probably left there a long time ago. Why? They were still wet from seawater. The analysis showed that it's the same water that's in front of your beach house. They are covered with blood. It was getting very hot in the room. Then someone else must have put them on, Demirous said firmly. The special prosecutor said, why would anyone do that? That's one of the things bothering us, Mr. Demirous. The chief inspector opened a small envelope on the desk and took out a gold button. One of my men found this under a rug at the beach house. Do you recognize it? No. It came from one of your jackets. We took the liberty of having a detective go to your home this morning to check out your wardrobe. A button was missing from one of your jackets. The threads match perfectly. And the jacket came back from the cleaners just a week ago. I don't. Mr. Demirous, you said you told your wife you wanted a divorce and that she was trying to talk you out of it. That's correct. The chief inspector held up the business card that Demirous had been shown at the beach house the day before. One of our men visited the Catalanos detective agency today. I told you -1 never heard of them. Your wife hired them to protect her. The news came as a shock. Melina, protect her from what? From you. According to the owner of the agency, your wife was threatening to divorce you, and you told her that if she went through with it you would kill her. He asked her why she didn't go to the police for protection, and she said she wanted to keep the matter private. She didn't want the publicity. Demirous rose to his feet. I'm not going to stay here and listen to these lies. There's no. Single quote. The chief inspector reached into a drawer and took out the blood-stained knife that had been found at the beach house. You told the officer at the beach house that you had never seen this before. That's right. Your fingerprints are on this knife. Demirous was staring at the knife. My fingerprints, there's some mistake. That's impossible. His mind was racing. He swiftly ran through the evidence that was piling up against him. The maid saying that he had called his wife at 2 o'clock and told her to come to the beach house alone. A pair of his swimming trunks with blood on them. A button torn from his jacket. A knife with his fingerprints. Don't you see, you idiots? It's a frame-up, he shouted. Someone carried those trunks to the beach house, spilled a little blood on them and on the knife, ripped a button off my jacket and... The special prosecutor interrupted. Mr. Demirous, can you explain how your fingerprints got on that knife? I don't know. Wait. Yes. I remember now. Melina asked me to cut open a package for her. That must be the knife she handed me. That's why my fingerprints are on it. I see. What was in the package? I don't know. You don't know what was in the package? No. I just cut the rope around it. She never opened it. Can you explain the bloodstains on the carpet, or in the sand leading down to the water or? Single quote. It's obvious, Demirous shot back. All Melina had to do was cut herself a little and then walk out toward the water so you would think I murdered her. She's trying to get even with me because I told her I was going to divorce her. Right now, she's hiding somewhere, laughing, because she thinks you're going to arrest me. Melina's as alive as I am. The special prosecutor said gravely, I wish that were true, sir. We pulled her body out of the sea this morning. She had been stabbed and drowned. I'm placing you under arrest, Mr. Demirous, for the murder of your wife. Chapter 24. In the beginning, Melina had no idea how she was going to accomplish it. She knew only that her husband intended to destroy her brother and she could not let that happen. Somehow, Costa had to be stopped. Her life no longer mattered. Her days and nights were filled with pain and humiliation. She remembered how Spiros had tried to warn her against the marriage. You can't marry Demirous. He's a monster. He'd destroy you. How right he had been. And she had been too much in love to listen. Now her husband had to be destroyed. But how? Think like Costa. And she had. By morning, Melina had worked out all the details. After that, the rest had been simple. Constantine Demirous was in his study working when Melina walked in. She was carrying a package tied with a heavy cord. She held a large butcher knife in her hand. Costa, would you mind cutting this open for me? I can't seem to manage it. He looked up at her and said impatiently, of course you can't. Don't you know better than to hold a knife by the blade? He snatched the knife from her and started to cut the cord. Couldn't you have had one of the servants do this? Melina did not answer. Demiris finished cutting the cord. There. He put the knife down and Melina carefully picked it up by the blade. She looked up at him and said, Costa, we can't go on this way. I still love you. You must still feel something for me. Do you remember the wonderful times we used to have together? Do you remember the night of our honeymoon when? For Christ's sake, Demiris snapped. Don't you understand? It's over. I'm finished with you. Get out of here, you make me sick. Melina stood there staring at him. Finally, she said quietly, all right. Have it your way. She turned and left the room carrying the knife. You forgot your package, Demiris shouted. She was gone. Melina went into her husband's dressing room and opened a closet door. There were 100 suits hanging in the closet with a special section for sport jackets. She reached for one of the jackets and tore a gold button from it. She put the button in her pocket. Next she opened a drawer and removed a pair of her husband's bathing trunks with his initials on them. I'm almost ready, Melina thought. The Catalanos detective agency was located on Sophocles Street in a faded old brick building on the corner. Melina was ushered into the office of the owner of the agency, Mr. Catalanos, a small bald man with a tiny mustache. Good morning, Mrs. Demiris. And what can I do for you? I need protection. What kind of protection? From my husband. Catalanos frowned. He smelled trouble. This was not at all the kind of case he had anticipated. It would be very unwise to do anything that might offend a man as powerful as Constantine Demiris. Have you thought of going to the police? He asked. I can't. I don't want any publicity. I want to keep this private. I told my husband I was going to divorce him, and he threatened to kill me if I went through with it. That's why I came to you. I see. What exactly is it you wish me to do? I want you to assign some men to protect me. Catalanos sat there studying her. She's a beautiful woman, he thought. Obviously neurotic. It was inconceivable that her husband would harm her. This was probably some little domestic spat that would blow over in a few days. But meanwhile, he would be able to charge her a nice fee. On balance, Catalanos decided it was worth the risk. All right, he said. I have a good man I can assign to you. When would you like him to start? Monday. So he was right. There was no urgency. Melina Demiris rose. I will give you a call. Do you have a business card? Yes, of course. Catalanos handed her his business card and ushered her out. She's a good client to have, he thought. Her name will impress my other clients. When Melina returned home, she telephoned her brother, Spiros. I have some good news. Her voice was filled with excitement. Costa wants a truce. What? I don't trust him, Melina. It must be some kind of trick. No, he means it. He realizes that it's stupid for you two to be fighting all the time. He wants to have peace in the family. There was a silence. I don't know. At least give him a chance. He wants you to meet him at your lodge at Aero Corinth at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's a 4-hour drive. Why can't we meet in town? He didn't say, Melina told him, but if it's going to mean peace. All right, I'll do it, but I'm doing it for you. For us, Melina said. Goodbye, Spiros. Goodbye. Melina telephoned Constantine at the office. His voice was abrupt. What is it? I'm busy. I just received a call from Spiros. He wants to make peace with you. There was a short, derisive laugh. Till bet he does. When I'm through with him he'll have all the peace he'll ever want. He said he's not going to compete with you anymore, Costa. He's willing to sell you his fleet. Sell me his. Are you sure? His voice was suddenly filled with interest. Yes. He said he's had enough. All right. Tell him to send his accountants over to my office, and... No. He wants to meet with you this afternoon at 3 o'clock at Aero Corinth. His lodge. Yes. It's a secluded place. It will be just the two of you. He doesn't want word of this to get out. Bet he doesn't, Demiris thought with satisfaction. When word does get out, he will be a laughing stock. All right, Demiris said. You can tell him I'll be there. The drive to Aero Corinth was a long one. on winding roads that meandered through the lush countryside, redolent with the odors of grapes and lemons and hay. Spiros Lambro passed ancient ruins along the way. In the distance, he saw the fallen pillars of Eleusis, the ruined altars of lesser gods. He thought of Demiris. Lambro was the first to arrive at the lodge. He pulled up in front of the cabin and sat in the car for a moment, thinking about the meeting he was about to have. Did Constantine really want a truce, or was this another one of his tricks? If anything happened to him, at least Melina knew where he had gone. Spiros got out of the car and walked into the deserted lodge. The lodge was a lovely old wooden building with a view of Corinth in the distance below. As a boy, Spiros Lambro had spent weekends there with his father, hunting small game in the mountains. Now he was after bigger game. 15 minutes later, Constantine Demiris arrived. He saw Spiros inside, waiting there, and it gave him a glow of SATISFAC 246 impression. So, after all these years, the man is finally willing to admit he is defeated. He got out of his car and walked into the cabin. The two men stood there, staring at each other. "Yell, my dear brother-in-law," Demiris said, "so we've finally reached the end of the road. I want this madness to end, Costa. It's gone too far. I couldn't agree with you more. How many ships do you have, Spiros?" Lambro looked at him in surprise. "What? How many ships do you have?" "I'll purchase them all. At a substantial discount, naturally." Lambro could not believe what he was hearing. "Purchase my ships? I'm willing to buy all of them. It will make me the largest fleet owner in the world. Are you crazy? What makes you think I would sell you my ships?" It was Demiris' turn to react. "That's why we're meeting here, isn't it? We're meeting here because you asked for a truce." Demiris' face darkened. "I who told you that?" "Melina." The truth dawned on both of them at the same moment. "She told you I wanted a truce. She told you I wanted to sell my ships." "The stupid bitch," Demiris exclaimed. "I suppose she thought that by bringing us together we would reach some sort of agreement." "She's a bigger fool than you are, Lambro. I've wasted a whole afternoon on you." Constantine Demiris turned and stormed out the door. Spiros Lambro looked after him, thinking, Melina shouldn't have lied to us. She should have known that there's no way her husband and I could ever get together. Not now. It's too late. It was always too late. At 1:30, earlier that afternoon, Melina had rung for the maid. "Andrea, would you bring me some tea, please?" "Certainly, ma'am." The maid left the room, and when she returned with the tea tray 10 minutes later, her mistress was speaking into the telephone. Her tone was angry. "No, Costa, I've made up my mind. I intend to divorce you, and I'm going to make it as messy and as public as I can." Embarrassed, Andrea set the tray down and started to retreat. Melina waved to her to stay. Melina spoke into the dead phone. "You can threaten me all you like. I'm not going to change my mind. Never. I don't care what you say. You don't frighten me, Costa." "No. What would be the point?" "All right. I'll meet you at the beach house, but it won't do you any good." "Yes, I'll come alone." "In an hour." "Very well." Slowly, Melina replaced the receiver, a worried look on her face. She turned to Andrea. "I'm going to the beach house to meet my husband. If I haven't returned by 6 o'clock, I want you to call the police." Andrea swallowed nervously. "Would you like the chauffeur to drive you?" "No. Mr. Demiris asked me to come alone." "Yes, ma'am." There was one more thing to do. Catherine Alexander's life was in danger. She had to be warned. It was someone from the delegation that had had dinner at the house. "You won't see her again. I've sent someone to get rid of her." Melina placed a call to her husband's offices in London. "Is there a Catherine Alexander working there?" "She's not in at the moment." "Can anyone else help you?" Melina hesitated. Her message was too urgent to trust to just anyone. But she would have no time to call back. She remembered Costa mentioning a Wim Vandien, a genius in the office. "Could I speak with Mr. Vandien, please?" "Just a moment." A man's voice came on the line. "Hello." She could barely understand him. "I have a message for Catherine Alexander. It's very important. Would you see that she gets it, please?" "Catherine Alexander." "Yes. Tell her that her life is in danger. Someone is going to try to kill her. I think it could be one of the men who came from Athens." "Athens?" "Yes. Athens has a population of 806,000. Melina could not seem to make the man understand. She hung up the phone. She had tried her best. Vim sat at his desk, digesting the telephone conversation. Someone is going to try to kill Catherine. 114 murders were committed in England this year. Catherine will make it 115. One of the men who came from Athens. Jerry Haley. Yves Renard. Dino Matoussi. One of them is going to kill Catherine. Vim's computer mind instantly fed him all the data on the three men. Think I know which one it is. When Catherine returned later, Vim said nothing to her about the phone call. He was curious to see if he was right. Catherine was out with a different member of the delegation every evening, and when she came to work each morning, Vim P was there, waiting. He seemed disappointed to see her. When is she going to let him do it? Vim wondered. Maybe he should tell her about the telephone message. But that would be cheating. It wouldn't be fair to change the odds. The drive to the beach house took an hour of actual time and 20 years of memories. There was so much for Melina to think about, so much to recall. Costa, young and handsome, saying, "Surely you've been sent from the heavens to teach us mortals what beauty is. You're beyond flattery. Nothing I could say would do you justice." The wonderful cruises on their yacht and idyllic vacations on Sara. The days of lovely surprise gifts and the nights of wild love-making. And then the miscarriage, and the string of mistresses, and the affair with Noel Page. And the beatings and public humiliations. "Corrigan, you have nothing to live for," he had said. "Why don't you kill yourself?" And, finally, the threat to destroy Spiros that was what, in the end, Melina was unable to bear. When Melina arrived at the beach house, it was deserted. The sky was cloudy, and there was a chill wind blowing from the sea. An omen, she thought. She walked into the comforting, friendly house and looked around for the last time. Then she began to overturn furniture and smash lamps. She ripped off her dress and let it fall to the floor. She took out the card from the detective agency and placed it on a table. She lifted the rug and put the gold button under it. Next she took off the gold wristwatch that Costa had given her and smashed it against the table. She picked up her husband's swim trunks that she had taken from the house and carried them out to the beach. She wet them in the water, and returned to the house. Finally, there was only one thing left to do. It's time, she thought. She took a deep breath and slowly picked up the butcher knife and unwrapped it, careful not to disturb the tissue paper that covered the handle. Melina held it in her hand, staring at it. This was the crucial part. She had to stab herself hard enough to make it look like murder, and at the same time have enough strength left to carry out the rest of her plan. She closed her eyes, and plunged the knife deep into her side. The pain was excruciating. Blood began to pour out. Melina held the wet bathing trunks to her side, and when they were covered with blood she walked over to a closet and shoved them in the back. She was beginning to feel dizzy. She looked around to make sure she had not missed anything. Then she stumbled toward the door that led to the beach, her blood staining the carpet a bright crimson. She moved toward the ocean. The blood was coming out faster now, and she thought, "I'm not going to make it. Costa is going to win. I mustn't let him." The walk to the ocean seemed to take forever. One more step, she thought. One more step. She kept walking, fighting the dizziness that engulfed her. Her vision was beginning to blur. She fell to her knees. "I mustn't stop now." She rose and kept walking until she felt the cold water lapping at her feet. When the salt water hit her wound, she screamed aloud with the unbearable pain. "I'm doing it for Spiros," she thought. Dear Spiros. In the distance she could see a low cloud hovering over the horizon. She began to swim toward it, trailing a stream of blood, and a miracle happened. The cloud came down to her, and she could feel its white softness enveloping her, bathing her, caressing her. The pain was gone now, and she felt a wonderful feeling of peace steal over her. "I'm going home," Melina thought happily. "I'm going home at last. I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of your wife." After that, everything seemed to happen in slow motion. He was booked, and fingerprinted again. He had his picture taken, and was placed in a prison cell. It was unbelievable that they would dare do this to him. "Get me Peter Demonides. Tell him I want to see him right now. Mr. Demonides has been relieved of his duties. He's under investigation." So there was no one to turn to. "I'll get out of this," he thought. "I'm Constantine Demiris." He sent for the special prosecutor. Delma arrived at the prison 1 hour later. "You asked to see me?" "Yes," Demiris said. "I understand you've established the time of my wife's death at 3 o'clock. "That is correct." "Then before you embarrass yourself and the police department any further, I can prove that I was nowhere near the beach house at that hour yesterday." You can prove that. Of course. I have a witness. They were seated in the police commissioner's office when Spiros Lambro arrived. Demir's face lit up when he saw him. Spiros, thank God you're here. These idiots think I murdered Melina. You know I couldn't have. Tell them. Spiros Lambro frowned. Tell them what? Melina was killed at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. You asterisk, and I were together at Aero Corinth at 3 o'clock. I couldn't have driven back to the beach house before 7. Tell them about our meeting. Spiros Lambro was staring at him. What meeting? The blood began to drain from Demir's face. The meeting you and I had yesterday. At the lodge at Acrocorinth. You must be confused, Costa. I was out driving alone yesterday afternoon. I'm not going to lie for you. Constantine Demir's face filled with rage. You can't do this. He grabbed the lapels of Lambro's jacket. Tell them the truth. Spiros Lambro pushed him away. The truth is that my sister is dead and you murdered her. Liar. Demir screamed. Liar. He started toward Lambro again and it took 2 policemen to restrain him. You son of a bitch. You Creow, I'm innocent. The judges will decide that. I think you need a good lawyer. And Constantine Demiris realized that there was only one man who could have saved him. Napoleon Chota's confidential file transcript of session with Catherine Douglas. C. Do you believe in premonitions, Alan A.? They're not scientifically accepted, but as a matter of fact, I do. Have you been having premonitions? C. Yes. I have the feeling that something terrible is going to happen to me. A. Is this part of your old dream? C. No. I told you that Mr. Demiris sent some men in from Athens. A. Yes. C. He asked me to look after them, so I've been seeing quite a bit of them. A. Do you feel threatened by them? C. No. Not exactly. It's difficult to explain. They haven't done anything, and yet I -1 keep expecting something to happen. Something awful. Does that make any sense to you? A. Tell me about the men. C. There's a Frenchman, Yves Renard. He insists that we go to museums, but when we get there, I can see that he's not interested. He asked me to take him to Stonehenge this Saturday. There's Jerry Haley. He's an American. He seems pleasant enough, but there's something disturbing about him. Then there's Dino Matusi. He's supposed to be an executive with Mr. Demiris' company, but he asks a lot of questions that he should have the answers to. He invited me to go for a drive. I thought I would take Vim along. And that's something else. A. Yes. C. Vim has been acting strangely. A. In what way? C. When I come into the office in the morning, Vim is always waiting for me. He never used to. And when he sees me, it's almost as though he's angry that I'm there. None of this makes much sense, does it? A. Everything makes sense once you have the key. Catherine, have you had any more dreams? C. I had a dream about Constantine Demiris. It's very vague. A. Tell me what you remember of it. C. I asked him why he was being so kind to me, why he gave me the job here and a place to live. And why he gave me the gold pin. A. And, what did he say? C. I don't remember. I woke up screaming. Dr. Alan Hamilton studied the transcript carefully, looking for the unmarked trails of the subconscious, seeking a clue that would explain what was disturbing Catherine. He was reasonably certain that her apprehension was connected with the fact that strangers had arrived from Athens, and Athens was the scene of her traumatic past. The part about Vim puzzled Alan. Was Catherine imagining it? Or was Vim behaving in an atypical way? I'm due to see Vim in a few weeks, Alan thought. Perhaps I will move up his appointment. Alan sat there thinking about Catherine. Although he made it a rule never to get involved emotionally with his patients, Catherine was someone special. She was beautiful and vulnerable, and what am I doing? I can't let myself think this way. I'll concentrate on something else. But his thoughts kept returning to her. Catherine was unable to get Alan Hamilton out of her mind. Don't be a fool, Catherine told herself. He's a married man. All patients feel this way about their analysts. But nothing, Catherine told herself, helped. Maybe I should see an analyst about my analyst. She was seeing Alan again in 2 days. Perhaps I should cancel the appointment, Catherine thought, before one get in any deeper too late. On the morning she had the appointment with Alan, Catherine dressed very carefully and went to the beauty parlor. As long as I'm not going to see him again after today, Catherine reasoned, there's no harm in my looking nice. The moment she walked into his office, her resolve melted. Why does he have to be so damned attractive? Why couldn't we have met before he got married? Why couldn't he have known me when I was a normal and sane human being? But, on the other hand, if I were a sane, normal human being, I wouldn't have gone to him in the first place, would I? I beg your pardon. Catherine realized she had spoken aloud. Now was the time to tell him that this was her last visit. She took a deep breath. Alan. And her resolve broke. She looked over at the photograph on the coffee table. How long have you been married? Married. He followed Catherine's glance. Oh, that's my sister and her son. Catherine felt a wave of joy sweep through her. Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, she looks wonderful. Are you all right, Catherine? Kirk Reynolds had kept asking her that. Wasn't all right then, Catherine thought, but I am now. I'm fine, Catherine said. You're not married. No. Will you have dinner with me? Will you take me to bed? Will you marry me? If she said any of these things aloud, he would really think she was crazy. Maybe I am. He was watching her, frowning. Catherine, I'm afraid we're not going to be able to go on with these sessions. Today will be our last day. Catherine's heart sank. Why? Have I done something too? ? No, it isn't you. In a professional relationship of this kind, it's improper for a doctor to become emotionally involved with a patient. She was staring at him now, her eyes glowing. Are you saying that you're becoming emotionally involved with me? Yes. And because of that I'm afraid. ? You're absolutely right, Catherine said happily. Let's talk about it tonight at dinner. They dined at a little Italian restaurant in the heart of Soho. The food could have been great if terrible. It made no difference. They were totally absorbed in each other. It isn't fair, Alan, Catherine said. You know everything about me. Tell me about yourself. Weren't you ever married? No. I was engaged to be married. What happened? It was during the war. We were living together in a small flat. It was during the days of the Blitz. I was working at the hospital and when I came home one night. Catherine could hear the pain in his voice. The building was gone. There was nothing left. She put her hand over his. I'm sorry. It took me a long time to get over it. I never met anyone else that I wanted to marry. And his eyes said, until now. They sat there for 4 hours, talking about everything: the theater, medicine, the state of the world, but the real conversation was unspoken. It was the electricity building up between them. They could both feel it. There was a sexual tension between them that was overwhelming. Finally, Alan brought up the subject. Catherine, what I said this morning about the doctor-patient relationship. Tell me about it at your flat. They undressed together, quickly and eagerly, and as Catherine took off her clothes, she thought of how she had felt when she was with Kirk Reynolds and how different it was now. The difference is being in love, Catherine thought. I'm in love with this man. She lay on the bed waiting for him, and when he came to her and put his arms around her, all the worries, all the fears of never being able to relate to a man, vanished. They stroked each other's bodies, exploring, first tenderly, then fiercely, until their need became wild and desperate, and they joined together and Catherine screamed aloud with sheer happiness. I'm whole again, she thought. Thank you. They lay there, spent, and Catherine held Alan close in her arms, never wanting to let him go. When she could speak again, she said in a shaky voice, you certainly know how to treat a patient, doctor. Chapter 28. Catherine learned about the arrest of Konstantin Demiris for the murder of his wife from the headlines. It came as a complete shock. When she got to the office, there was a pall over everything. Did you hear the news? Evelyn moaned. What are we going to do? We're going to carry on exactly as he would want us to. I'm sure there's been a big mistake. I'm going to try to telephone him. But Konstantin Demiris was unreachable. Konstantin Demiris was the most important prisoner that the Central Prison of Athens had ever had. The prosecutor had issued orders that Demiris be given no special treatment. Demiris had demanded a number of things: access to telephones, telex machines and a courier service. His requests were denied. Demiris spent most of his waking hours, and much of his dreaming ones, trying to figure out who had murdered Melina. In the beginning, Demiris had assumed that a burglar had been surprised by Melina while ransacking the beach house and had killed her. But the moment the police had confronted him with the evidence against him, Demiris had realized that he was being framed. The question was, by whom? The logical person was Spyros Lambrou, but the weakness of that theory was that Lambrou loved his sister more than anyone in the world. He never would have harmed her. Demirous' suspicions had then turned to the gang that Tony Rizzoli had been involved with. Perhaps they had learned what he had done to Rizzoli and this was their way of getting revenge. Constantine Demirous had dismissed that idea out of hand. If the mafia had wanted revenge, they would simply have put out a contract on him, and so, sitting alone in his cell, Demirous had gone round and round, trying to solve the puzzle of what had happened. In the end, when he had exhausted all the possibilities, there was only one possible conclusion left: Melina had committed suicide. She had killed herself and framed him for her death. Demirous thought of what he had done to Noel Page and Larry Douglas, and the bitter irony was that he was now in exactly the same position in which they had been. He was going to be tried for a murder he had not committed. The jailer was at the cell door. "Your lawyer is here to see you." Demirous rose and followed the jailer to a small conference room. The lawyer was waiting for him. The man's name was Vasiliki. He was in his 50s, with bushy gray hair and the profile of a movie star. He had the reputation of being a first-rate criminal attorney. "Was that going to be good enough?" the jailer said. "You have 15 minutes. He left the two of them alone. "Well," Demirous demanded. "When are you getting me out of here? What am I paying you for?" "Mr. Demirous, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The chief prosecutor refuses." "The chief prosecutor is a fool. They can't keep me in this place." "What about bail?" "I'll put up any amount they ask." Vasiliki licked his lips nervously. "Bail has been denied. I've gone over the evidence that the police have against you, Mr. Demirous. It's pretty damaging. Damaging or not, -1 didn't kill Melina. I'm innocent." The attorney swallowed. "Yes, of course, of course. Do you have any idea who might have killed your wife?" "No one. My wife committed suicide." The attorney stared at him. "Excuse me, Mr. Demirous, but I don't think that's going to make a very good defense. You're going to have to think of something better than that." And with a sinking heart, Demirous knew he was right. There was not a jury in the world that would believe his story. Early the following morning, the attorney visited Demirous again. "I'm afraid I have some rather bad news." Demirous almost laughed aloud. He was sitting in prison facing a sentence of death, and this fool was telling him that he had bad news. What could be worse than the situation he was in? "Yes. It's about your brother-in-law. Spiros." "What about him?" "I have information that he's gone to the police and told them that a woman named Catherine Douglas is still alive. I'm not really familiar with the trial of Noel Page and Larry Douglas, but..." Single quote. Constantine Demirous was no longer listening. In all the pressure of what was happening to him, he had completely forgotten about Catherine. If they found her, and she talked, they could implicate him in the deaths of Noel and Larry. He had already sent someone to London to take care of her, but now it had suddenly become urgent. He leaned forward and clutched the attorney's arm. "I want you to send a message to London immediately." He read the message twice and felt the beginnings of a sexual stirring that always happened to him before he took care of a contract. It was like playing God. He decided who lived and who died. He was awed by the power he had. But there was a problem. If he had to do this immediately, there would be no time to work out his other plan. He would have to improvise something. Make it look like an accident. Tonight. Confidential file. Transcript of session with Wim Vandeen. A. How are you feeling today? W. Okay. I came here in a taxi. The driver's name is Ronald Christie. License plate 30,271, taxi certificate number 3070. On the way here we passed 37 Rovers, a Bentley, 10 Jaguars, 6 Austins, 1 Rolls-Royce, 27 motorcycles and 6 bicycles. A. How are you getting along at the office, Vim? W. You know A. Tell me W. I hate the people there. A. What about Catherine Alexander? Vim. What about Catherine Alexander? Vim. W. Oh, her. She won't be working there anymore. A. What do you mean? W. She's going to be murdered. A. What? Why do you say that? W. She told me. A. Catherine told you she's going to be murdered. W. The other one. A. What other one? W. His wife. A. Whose wife? Vim. W. Constantine Demirous. A. He told you Catherine Alexander was going to be murdered. W. Mrs. Demirous. His wife. She called me from Greece. A. Who's going to murder Catherine? W. One of the men. A. You mean, one of the men who flew in from Athens? W. Yes. A. Vim, we're going to end this session now. I have to leave okay. Plus. The offices of the Hellenic Trade Corporation closed at 6 p.m. A few minutes before 6 o'clock, Evelyn and the other employees were preparing to leave. Evelyn walked into Catherine's office. Miracle on 34th Street is playing at the Criterion. It's had great reviews. Would you like to see it tonight? I can't, Catherine said. Thanks, Evelyn. I promised Jerry Haley I'd go to the theater with him. They really keep you busy, don't they? All right. Have a good time. Catherine heard the sounds of the others leaving. Finally, there was silence. She took a last look at her desk, made sure everything was in order, put on her coat, picked up her purse and started down the corridor. She had almost reached the front door when the telephone rang. Catherine hesitated, debating whether to answer it. She looked at her watch. She was going to be late. The telephone kept ringing. She ran back to her office and picked up the phone. Hello, Catherine. It was Alan Hamilton. He sounded out of breath. Thank God I reached you. Is something wrong? You're in great danger. I believe someone is trying to kill you. She made a low moaning sound. Her worst nightmares were coming true. She felt suddenly dizzy. Who? I don't know. But I want you to stay where you are. Don't leave the office. Don't talk to anyone. I'm coming to get you. Alan, Don't worry, I'm on my way. Lock yourself in. Everything will be all right. The line went dead. Catherine slowly replaced the receiver. Oh my God. Atanas appeared in the doorway. He took one look at Catherine's pale face and hurried to her side. Is something wrong, Miss Alexander? She turned to him. Someone is trying to kill me. He was gaping at her. Why? Who would want to do that? I'm not sure. They heard a knock at the front door. Atanas looked at Catherine. Should I? ? No, she said quickly. Don't let anyone in. Dr. Hamilton's on his way here. The knock at the front door was repeated, louder. You could hide in the basement, Atanas whispered. You'll be safe there. She nodded nervously. Right. They moved toward the back of the corridor, to the door that led to the basement. When Dr. Hamilton comes, tell him where Lamb. You won't be afraid down there. No, Catherine said. Atanas turned on a light, and led the way down the basement stairs. No one will ever find you here, Atanas assured her. Don't you have any idea who would want to kill you? She thought of Constantine Demiris in her dreams. He's going to kill you. But that was only a dream. I'm not sure. Atanas looked at her and whispered, I think I know. Catherine stared at him. Who? There was suddenly a switchblade in his hand and he was holding it to her throat. Atanas, this is no time to play. She felt the knife pressing deeper into her throat. Did you ever read Appointment in Samara, Catherine? No. Well, it's too late now, isn't it? It's about someone who tried to escape death. He went to Samara and death was waiting for him there. This is your Samara, Catherine. It was obscene, listening to these terrifying words coming from the mouth of the innocent-looking boy. Atanas, please. You can't. He slapped her hard across the face. I can't do it because I'm a young boy. Did I surprise you? That's because I'm a brilliant actor. I'm 30 years old, Catherine. Do you know why I look like a young boy? Because when I was growing up I never had enough to eat. I lived on garbage that I stole from trash cans at night. He was holding the knife at her throat, backing her toward a wall. When I was a young boy, I watched soldiers rape my mother and father and then slash them both to death, and then they raped me and left me for dead. He was forcing her back deeper into the basement. Atanas, I've never done anything to hurt you. He smiled his boyish smile. This is nothing personal. This is business. You're worth $50,000 to me, dead. It was as though a curtain had come down in front of her eyes, and she was seeing everything through a red haze. A part of her was outside, looking down at what was happening. I had a wonderful plan worked out for you. But the boss is in a hurry now, so we'll have to improvise, won't we? Catherine could feel the point of the knife digging hard into her neck. He moved the knife and slit open the front of her dress. Pretty, he said. Very pretty. I was planning a party for us first, but since your doctor friend is coming, we won't have time, will we? Too bad for you. I'm a great lover. Catherine stood there suffocated, barely able to breathe. Atanas reached into his jacket and took a pint bottle from his pocket. In it was a pale, pink-colored liquid. Have you ever had Slivovic? We'll drink to your accident, huh? He moved the knife away to open the bottle and, for an instant, Catherine was tempted to flee. Go ahead, Atanas said softly. Try it, please. Catherine licked her lips. Look, I'll pay you. I'll. Single quote. Save your breath. Atanas took a deep swallow from the bottle and handed it to her. Drink, he said. No. I don't. Single quote. Drink. Catherine took the bottle and took a small sip. The fierce bite of the brandy burned her throat. Atanas took the bottle back and took another deep swallow. Who tipped off your doctor friend that someone was going to kill you? I don't know. It doesn't matter anyway. Atanas pointed to one of the thick wooden posts that supported the ceiling. Get over there. Catherine's eyes glanced toward the door. She felt the steel blade press into her neck. Don't make me tell you again. Catherine moved over to the wooden post. That's a good girl, Atanas said. Sit down. He turned away for an instant. And, in that moment, Catherine made a break for it. She started to race toward the stairs, her heart pounding. She was running for her life. She reached the first step and then the second, and, as she was about to move up, she felt a hand grab her leg and pull her back. He was incredibly strong. Bitch. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her face close to his. You try that again and I'll break both your legs. She could feel the knife between her shoulder blades. Move. Atanas marched her back to the wooden post and shoved her to the ground. Stay there. Catherine watched as Atanas walked over to a pile of cardboard boxes bound with heavy cord. He cut 2 lengths of cord and carried them back to her. Tucked both hands in back of the post. No, Atanas. Single quote. He slammed his fist against the side of her face, and the room blurred. Atanas leaned close and whispered. Don't ever say no to me. Do what I tell you before I slice your fucking head off. Catherine put her hands behind the post and a moment later she felt the cord bite into her wrists as Atanas tied them together. She could feel the circulation being cut off. Please, she said. That's too tight. Good, he grinned. He took the second length of cord and tied her legs tightly together at the ankles. Then he got to his feet. There we are, he said. All nice and cozy. He took another swallow from the bottle. Would you like another drink? Catherine shook her head. He shrugged. Okay. She watched him put the bottle to his lips again. Maybe he'll get drunk and fall asleep, Catherine thought desperately. I used to drink a quart a day, Atanas boasted. He laid the empty bottle down on the cement floor. Well, time to go to work. What are you going to do? I'm going to make a little accident. This is going to be a masterpiece. I may even charge Demiris double. Demiris. So it wasn't just a dream. He was behind this. But why? Catherine watched Atanas walk across the room to the huge boiler. He removed the outside plate and examined the pilot light and the 8 boiler plates that kept the unit hot. The safety valve was nested in a metal frame to protect it. Atanas picked up a small piece of wood and jammed it into the frame so that the safety valve was inoperative. The heat dial was set at 150 degrees. As Catherine watched, Atanas turned the dial up to the maximum. Satisfied, he walked back to Catherine. Do you remember how much trouble we had with that furnace? Atanas asked. Well, I'm afraid it's going to bust open, after all. He moved closer to Catherine. When that dial reaches 400 degrees, the boiler will blow up. Do you know what will happen then? The gas lines will rip open and the burner plates will set them on fire. The whole building will explode like a bomb. You're insane. There are innocent people out there who. Single quote. There are no innocent people. You Americans believe in happy endings, don't you? You're fools. There are no happy endings. He reached down and tested the rope that held Catherine's hands behind the post. Her wrists were bleeding. The rope was cutting into her flesh and the knots were tight. Atanas slowly ran his hands across Catherine's naked breasts, caressing them, and then he leaned down and kissed them. It's too bad we don't have more time. You'll never know what you missed. He grabbed her by the hair and kissed her on the lips. His breath reeked of brandy. Goodbye, Catherine. He stood up. Don't leave me, Catherine pleaded. Let's talk and. Single quote. I have a plane to catch. I'm going back to Athens. She watched him start toward the steps. Till leave the light on for you so you can watch it happen. A moment later, Catherine heard the heavy basement door close and the snap of the outside bolt, and then there was silence. She was alone. She looked up at the dial on the boiler. It was rapidly moving up. As she watched, it went from 160 degrees to 170 degrees and kept moving. She fought desperately to free her hands, but the more she pulled, the tighter the bonds became. She looked up again. The dial had reached 180 degrees and was climbing. There was no way out. None. Alan Hamilton was driving down Wimpole Street like a madman, cutting in and out of traffic, ignoring the yells and blaring of horns from irate drivers. The way ahead was blocked. He turned left and into Portland Place and headed toward Oxford Circus. Traffic was heavier here, slowing him down. In the basement at 217 Bond Street, the needle on the boiler had climbed to 200 degrees. The basement was becoming warm. The traffic was almost at a standstill. People were headed home, to dinner, to the theater. Alan Hamilton sat at the wheel of his car, frustrated. Should I have called the police? But what good would it have done? A neurotic patient of mine thinks someone is going to be murdered. The police would have laughed. No, I have to get to her. The traffic began to move again. In the basement, the needle was climbing upward to 300. The room was becoming unbearably hot. She tried to free her hands again and her wrists were rubbed raw, but the rope stayed tight. He turned into Oxford Street, speeding through a pedestrian lane with two old women crossing. In back of him, he heard a shrill police whistle. For an instant, he was tempted to stop and enlist help. But there was no time to explain. He kept driving. At an intersection a huge truck pulled out, blocking his way. Alan Hamilton honked impatiently. He leaned his head out the window. Move it. The truck driver turned to look at him. What's the matter, mate, you going to a fire? The traffic had become a snarl of cars. When it finally cleared, Alan Hamilton started to drive again, racing toward Bond Street. A trip that should have taken 10 minutes had taken him almost half an hour. In the basement, the needle climbed to 400 degrees. Finally, blessedly, the building was in sight. Alan Hamilton pulled his car over to the curb across the street and slammed on the brakes. He threw open the door and hurried out of the car. As he started to run toward the building, he stopped in horror. The ground shook as the entire building exploded like a giant bomb, filling the air with flame and debris. And death. Chapter 31. Atanas Stavich was feeling terribly aroused. Taking care of a contract always did that to him. He made it a rule to have sex with his victims, male or female, before he killed them, and he always found it exciting. Now, he was frustrated because there had been no time to torture Catherine or to make love to her. Atanas looked at his watch. It was still early. His plane didn't leave until 11 o'clock that evening. He took a taxi to Shepherd Market, paid the driver and wandered into the labyrinth of streets. There were half a dozen girls standing on street corners calling out to the men passing by, "Hello, love, would you like a French lesson tonight? How about a little party? Are you interested in Greek?" None of the women approached Atanas. He walked up to a tall blonde wearing a brief leather skirt and blouse and stiletto-heeled shoes. "Good evening," Atanas said politely. She looked down at him, amused. "Hello, little boy. Does your mother know you're out?" Atanas smiled shyly. "Yes, ma'am. I thought if you weren't busy." Single quote. The prostitute laughed. "Did you, now? And what would you do if I wasn't busy? Have you ever made love to a girl before?" "Once," Atanas said softly. "I liked it." "You're the size of a minnow," the girl laughed. "I usually throw the little ones back, but it's a slow night." "Have you got 10 bob?" "Yes, ma'am." "All right, love. Let's go upstairs." She led Atanas through a doorway and up 2 flights of stairs to a small, one-room apartment. Atanas handed her the money. "Well, let's see if you know what to do with it, love." She stripped off her clothes and watched Atanas undress. She looked at him in astonishment. "My God, you're enormous." "Am I?" She got into bed and said, "Be careful. Don't hurt me." Atanas moved toward the bed. Ordinarily, he enjoyed beating up whores. It increased his sexual satisfaction. But he knew that this was no time to do anything suspicious or to leave a trail that the police might want to follow. So Atanas smiled down at her and said, "This is your lucky night." "What?" "Nothing." He climbed on top of her and closed his eyes and plunged into her, hurting her, and it was Catherine screaming for mercy, begging him to stop. And he pounded her savagely, harder and harder, her screams exciting him until finally everything exploded and he sank back satisfied. "My God," the woman said. "You're unbelievable." Atanas opened his eyes and he wasn't with Catherine. He was with some ugly whore in a dreary room. He got dressed and took a taxi to his hotel room, where he packed and checked out when he headed for the airport. It was 9:30. He had plenty of time to catch his plane. There was a small line at Olympic Airways. When Atanas reached the head of the line, he handed the clerk his ticket. Is the flight on time? Yes. The clerk looked at the name on the ticket, Atanas Stavage. He looked up at Atanas again, then glanced at a man standing nearby and nodded. The man walked over to the ticket counter. May I see your ticket? Atanas handed him the ticket. Is anything wrong? He asked. The man said, I'm afraid we've overbooked this flight. If you'd like to come into the office, I'll try to straighten everything out. Atanas shrugged. All right. He followed the man toward the office, filled with a feeling of euphoria. Demiris was probably out of jail by now. He was too important a man for the law to touch him. Everything had gone perfectly. He would take the $50,000 and put it into one of his Swiss-numbered accounts. Then a little vacation. The Riviera, perhaps, or Rio. He liked the male prostitutes in Rio. Atanas walked into the office, and stopped, staring. He turned pale. You're dead. You're dead. I killed you. It was a scream. Atanas was still screaming when they led him out of the room. And into a police van. They watched him leave, and Alan A. Hamilton turned to Catherine. It's over now, darling. It's finally they won, over. In the basement, several hours earlier, Catherine had tried desperately to free her hands. The more she struggled, the tighter the rope became. Her fingers were getting numb. She kept looking over at the dial on the boiler. The needle had reached 250 degrees. When that dial reaches 400 degrees, the boiler will explode. There has to be a way out of this, Catherine thought. There has to be. Her eyes lit on the brandy bottle that Atanas had dropped on the floor. She stared at it and her heart began to pound wildly. There is a chance. If only she could. Catherine slumped down against the post and stretched out her feet toward the bottle. It was out of reach. She slid down farther, the splinters of the wooden post tearing into her back. The bottle was an inch away. Catherine's eyes filled with tears. One more try, she thought. Just one more. She slumped down farther, her back raked with splinters, and pushed again. With all her strength, one foot touched the bottle. Careful. Don't push it away. Slowly, slowly, she hooked the neck of the bottle on the rope that bound her ankles. Very carefully, she pulled her feet in, drawing the bottle closer. Finally, it was next to her. She looked up at the dial. It had climbed to 280 degrees. She was fighting panic. Slowly, she inched the bottle in back of her with her feet. Her fingers found it, but they were too numb to get a grip on it, and they were slippery with the blood from her wrists where the rope had cut into them. The basement was getting hotter. She tried again. The bottle slipped away. Catherine glanced at the dial on the boiler. 300 now, and the dial seemed to be racing upward. Steam was beginning to pour out of the boiler. She tried again to get a grip on the bottle there. She had the bottle in her bound hands. Holding it tightly, she raised her arms and slid them down the post, smashing the glass bottle down against the concrete. Nothing happened. She cried aloud with frustration. She tried it again. Nothing. The dial was climbing inexorably upward. 350. Catherine took another deep breath and slammed the bottle down with all her strength. She heard the bottle shatter. Thank God. Moving as quickly as she dared, Catherine gripped the broken neck of the bottle in one hand and started to saw at the ropes with the other. The glass cut into her wrists, but she ignored the pain. She felt one strand snap and then another. And suddenly her hand was free. She hurriedly loosened the rope on the other hand and untied the ropes binding her ankles. The dial had reached 380. Heavy jets of steam were pouring out of the furnace. Catherine struggled to her feet. Atanas had bolted the basement door. There would be no time to escape from the building before the explosion. Catherine raced over to the furnace and tugged at the block of wood, cutting off the safety valve. It was jammed in tightly. 400. She had a split-second decision to make. She ran for the far door that led to the bomb shelter, pulled it open and hurried inside. She slammed the heavy door closed behind her. She lay huddled on the concrete of the huge bunker, breathing hard, and 5 seconds later there was a tremendous explosion and the whole room seemed to rock. She lay in the darkness, fighting for breath, listening to the roaring flames outside the door. She was safe. It was over. No, not yet, Catherine thought. There's still something I have to do. When the firemen found her an hour later and escorted her out, Alan Hamilton was there. Catherine ran into his arms and he held her close. Catherine, darling. I was so afraid. How did you? ? Later, Catherine said, we've got to stop Atana's stavage. They were married at a church near Alan's sister's farm in Sussex in a private ceremony. Alan's sister turned out to be a pleasant woman who looked exactly like the photograph Catherine had seen in Alan's office. Her son was away at school. Catherine and Alan spent a quiet weekend at the farm and flew to Venice on their honeymoon. Venice was a brilliantly colored page out of a medieval history book, a magical floating city of canals and 120 islands, spanned by 400 bridges. Alan and Catherine Hamilton landed at Venice's Aeroporto Marco Polo, near Mestre, took a motor launch to the terminal at the Piazza San Marco, and checked into the Royal Danieli, the beautiful old hotel next to the Doge's Palace. Their suite was exquisite, filled with lovely, antique furniture, and it overlooked the Grand Canal. What would you like to do first? Alan asked. Catherine walked up to him and put her arms around him. Guess. They unpacked later. Venice was a healing, a balm that made Catherine forget the terrible nightmares and horrors of the past. She and Alan went exploring. St. Mark's Square was a few hundred yards away from their hotel, and centuries away in time St. Mark's Cathedral was an art gallery and a church, the walls and ceilings lined with breathtaking mosaics and frescoes. They went inside the Doge's Palace, filled with opulent chambers, and stood on the Bridge of Sighs, where, centuries earlier, prisoners had crossed to go to their deaths. They visited museums and churches and some of the outlying islands. They stopped at Murano to watch the glass blowing, and at Burano to see the women make lace. They took a motor launch to Torcello and dined at Laconda Cipriani in the lovely flower-filled garden, and Catherine was reminded of the garden at the convent, and she remembered how lost she had been then. And she looked across the table at her beloved Alan and thought, thank you, God. Mercery was the main shopping street, and they found fabulous stores, Ribelli for fabrics, and Casella for shoes, and Giocondo Cassini for antiques. They dined at Quadri and Al Graspo de Ua and Harry's Bar. They rode in gondolas and in the smaller Sandoli. On Friday, near the end of their stay, there was a sudden downpour and a violent electrical storm. Catherine and Alan raced to get back to the shelter of their hotel. They looked out the window at the storm. Sorry about the rain, Mrs. Hamilton, Alan said. The brochures promised sunshine. Catherine smiled. What rain? I'm so happy, darling. Streaks of lightning flashed across the sky and there was an explosion of thunder. Another sound flashed into Catherine's mind, the explosion of the boiler. She turned to Alan. Isn't this the day the jury brings in its verdict? He hesitated. Yes. I didn't bring it up because, I'm all right. I want to know. He looked at her a moment, then nodded. Right. Catherine watched as Alan walked over to the radio in the corner and turned it on. He turned the dial until he came to the BBC station that was reporting the news. And the Prime Minister handed in his resignation today. The Premier will try to form a new government. The radio was crackling and the voice was fading in and out. It's that damned electrical storm, Alan said. The sound came on again. In Athens, the trial of Constantine Demiris has finally come to an end, and the jury returned its verdict a few moments ago. To everyone's surprise, the verdict. The radio went dead. Catherine turned to Alan. What do you think the verdict was? He took her into his arms. It depends on whether you believe in happy endings. Epilogue. 5 days before the trial of Constantine Demiris was to begin, the jailer opened up his cell door. You have a visitor. Constantine Demiris looked up. Except for his attorney, he had been permitted no visitors until now. He refused to show any curiosity. The bastards were treating him like a common criminal. But he would not give them the satisfaction of showing any emotion. He followed the jailer down the hall into a small conference room. In there, Demiris stepped inside and stopped. A crippled old man was hunched over in a wheelchair. His hair was snow white. His face was a ghastly patchwork of red and white burned tissue. His lips were frozen upward in a horrible rictus of a smile. It took a moment for him to realize who his visitor was. His face turned ashen. My God, I'm not a ghost, Napoleon Chotas said. His voice was hoarse. Come in, Costa. Demiris found his voice. The fire. I jumped out a window and broke my back. My butler got me away before the firemen arrived. I didn't want you to know I was still alive. I was too tired to fight you any longer. But, they found a body. My houseman. Demiris sank into a chair. I'm glad you're alive, he said feebly. You should be. I'm going to save your life. Demurus studied him warily. You are. Yes. I'm going to defend you. Demurus laughed aloud. Really, Leon? After all these years, do you take me for a fool? What makes you think I would put my life in your hands? Because I'm the only one who can save you, Costa. Constantine Demurus rose. No thanks. He started toward the door. I've talked to Spyros Lambro. I've persuaded him to testify that he was with you at the time his sister was murdered. Demurus stopped and turned. Why would he do that? Chodas leaned forward in his wheelchair. Because I persuaded him that taking your fortune would be a sweeter revenge than taking your life. I don't understand. I assured Lambro that if he testifies for you, you'll turn over your entire fortune to him. Your ships, your company's very thing you possess. You're crazy. Am I? Think about it, Costa. His testimony can save your life. Is your fortune worth more to you than your life? There was a long silence. Demurus sat down again. Lambro is willing to testify that I was with him when Melina was killed. That's right. And in return he wants everything you have. Demurus shook his head. I would have to keep my everything. He wants to strip you completely. You see, that's his revenge. There was something that puzzled Demurus. And what do you get out of all this, Leon? He studied Chodas warily. Chodas' lips moved in a parody of a grin. I get it all. I don't understand. Before you turn the Hellenic Trade Corporation over to Lambro, you're going to transfer all of its assets into a new company. A company that belongs to me. Demurus stared at him. So, Lambro gets nothing. Chodas shrugged. There are winners and there are losers. Won't Lambro suspect something? Not the way I'll handle it. Demurus said, if you double-cross Lambro, how do I know you won't double-cross me? It's very simple, my dear Costa. You're protected. We'll have a signed agreement that the new company will belong to me only on the condition that you are acquitted. If you are found guilty, I get nothing. For the first time, Constantine Demurus found himself becoming interested. He sat there studying the crippled lawyer. Would he throw the trial and lose hundreds of millions of dollars just to get even with me? No, he's not that big a fool. All right, Demurus said slowly. I agree. Chodas said, good. You just saved your life, Costa. I've saved more than that, Demurus thought triumphantly. Have $100 million hidden away where no one will ever find it. Chodas' meeting with Spyros Lambro had been a difficult one. He almost threw Chodas out of his office. You want me to testify to save that monster's life? Get the hell out of here. You want revenge, don't you? Chodas had asked. Yes. And I'm getting it. Or you. You know Costa. His wealth means more to him than his life. If they execute him, his pain will be over in a few minutes, but if you break him and take everything away from him, force him to go through life without any money, you would be giving him a much greater punishment. There was truth in what the lawyer said. Demurus was the greediest man he had ever met. You say that he's willing to sign everything he has over to me. Everything. His fleet, his businesses, every company he owns. It was an enormous temptation. Let me think about it. Lambro watched the lawyer wheel himself out of his office. Poor bastard, he thought. What has he got to live for?